Ready to
already
roll.
lagging.
Embers beneath the mountains.
Refresh.
Hello. No, it is not new art, Little Miss Fodder, but
Nope. Black screen.
it is.
There you are.
So, welcome. Perfect. Cool. All right, guys, welcome to our very special session of Ready to Roll. Mike is coming in. I'm not muted. I have been remembering this time. I have been thinking about it. I'm like, don't start off muted this time. Don't do it, Patrick.
I am proud.
But yeah, so very special session of Ready to Roll for a variety of reasons. Ian is in my closet because his internet wasn't working. So if you hear Ian come over my mic a little bit, please be forgiving. We are trying our best. I'm going to have myself be on push to talk, so that way, hopefully that happens as little as possible. But
Yeah, it's a technical thing. It's not because Ian is in trouble.
no, see, exactly.
Ian's in timeout.
To the closet.
I was
Ian is
evicted
now
from
Harry
my
Potter.
apartment. It's not what you think.
But yeah, so we also, this session of Ready to Roll is going to be longer than normal, so hold on to your hats for that. It should be a lot of fun. Announcements. Any other? I don't have any announcements besides Eldritch Noir this Saturday. It is the last session of Eldritch Noir, so if you've been following that story, come check it out so we can see how that ends. But yeah, other than that, we are good to go mostly. I mean, we're just waiting for Mike to pop back in because he started having some technical issues before we started. But so we're
I could say also that Different Strokes on Monday is going to happen again. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to because I'm moving, but I'm making sure that it's going to happen. And as far as I know, we are going to get our wonderful other Ian from Eldritch Noir to come on that night and paint minis with me. So, not Ian Harris, other Ian. He's going to come on. As far as we know, things could change, but that's hopefully what's going to happen. That is on Monday night.
Yep. So perfect. Yeah. So here we are. So Adam, our lovely Adam, has our recap today. So if you want to go ahead and get started with that, Adam.
After formulating and executing a daring plan, the party was able to rescue the captured villagers, including villagers, including Drith's father. They spent some quality time with they spent some quality time with Drith's new family, because Drew is not a character. But their joy was tempered with loss. The contingent sent with them suffered heavy losses, while acting as a distraction. They then made their way to Norgarn, where they were introduced to the Boyar and the Chosen of Zhelaniye. While leaving, they were invited to attend a dinner with the Boyar, and Artyom pulled Zhelaniye aside to reveal a massive secret.
And that's where we'll pick up. All right, so yeah, Zhelaniye. Artyom has just revealed that Arkadi, Tsarovich of the Empire, you know, for those of you who are, you know, curious, you know, the prince, at this point, the person who's going to become the Tsar after, everything happened, you know, after, you know, the current Tsar dies, is actually Artyom's brother, Zhelaniye.
So Anya's actually fairly distracted. Doesn't appear to actually have understood what he said. Kind of turns back towards him. Sorry, what?
Him. Arkadi? He's my brother.
What?
I mean, I'm speaking plain Mordviren. But like,
Artyom, if you're joking right now, I swear I will punch you in the face.
he's my brother and he's royalty, but I'm his brother, but not royalty.
Does he know who you are? Did he recognize you just now?
Nope.
Is this going to be a problem?
No.
I look around the hall. Are there other people in this room right now?
I would assume that Artyom would have waited to say anything, but
I mean, we're in like the throne room of the Boyar, right?
yeah, you are. I mean, but I'm sure he would have pulled you aside, so I wouldn't
Yep.
be concerned about anyone overhearing.
Gotcha. So you said you needed my help with this? What do you need help with this?
You know, that's an excellent question. But you got mad at me about hiding things last time? Maybe I'm just trying to not hide things.
All right. I guess that's an improvement. Do you want to explain more what is the history of this and what this actually means instead of just the bare minimum?
I am just as shocked as you are that all of a sudden my brother is here. Like, what are the odds that 6 random people are going to end up in the presence? I mean, besides you and Corvette, so I guess 4 of us are going to end up in the presence of the future heir to the Empire. I never expected to even be in the same... The closest I expected to ever get to him was in the same city.
I don't know if that answered my question or what I'm worried about. How is he your brother?
Well, when 2 people love each other very much.
Okay, that's not what I mean. Please explain. If you're wanting to share, please just share.
We share a father.
That... okay.
I mean, having a parent in common is generally what makes people related. Most
Artyom,
people have 2.
please, if this is a serious situation, please be serious.
This is a serious situation, and humor and deflecting is how I handle such things.
Okay. At least loop me in. A little more, please. What do you need?
Emotional support? Friendship? I just felt like I
Okay.
needed to share with someone, and out of everybody... out of everybody who is in the group, you're the one that I felt like I could count on in this very moment.
Okay. Well, I'm here. I don't know exactly if you need a hug, if you need a high five, if you want to just sit and talk about it. I know that there is something painful there. What happened to your mother?
Oh. Yep, and it's hard not to associate this young man with that. And I don't know. They're here, and we have to go attend a dinner with them, and I have to be reminded of my mother's death the whole time that he's here.
How involved was Arkady?
He wasn't. He's younger than I am.
Okay.
But he's living the life that I could have had. Well, maybe I couldn't have had. You see, when my mother met my father, well, let's just be fair, my father is the Tsar. He was incognito. She didn't know him for who he was. She knew him as someone else. And then, from what I understand, one day he disappeared. And she saw him again as the ruler of the empire, and she knew right then that she was in trouble, because she was carrying the Tsar's child.
Did he know?
I don't think so. I think that at the time he was a young man who didn't want to face his responsibilities, and I'd like to hope that he was at least considering running off and disappearing with my mother. But then again, I was very young when she died, and so I only remember bits of what she told me. You and Corbett are the most likely to know anything about him at this point.
I mean, only the public knowledge, the stuff that is allowed to be known. So he never came back?
No. My mother was dead before he ever could.
When we were at the witch's hut, and you asked her your question, you asked about the woman who killed your mother. Was it because she knew?
Yeah.
Who was it?
From what I was told, the men who were sent to kill my mother were from the Serena Dowager. My grandmother.
She knew, and your father did not.
Well, she's a slippery snake. Probably more along the lines of an eel than a snake. Maybe the tentacle.
But if she knew that you were alive, she would come after you next?
I don't know. But that's why I'm so hesitant to show my eyes. Because it would kind of... She's smart enough that she'd probably be able to put two and two together if she were to do some digging and realize this Asimov child found on the streets, picked up by a priest in Ostrava, the capital, is more than likely the child that she attempted to kill.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense now why you didn't stop wearing it. How old were you when your mother died?
We 6, 7. The years afterwards kind of blurred. Running away, hiding from street vendors as you steal fruit, being kicked to the ground and have mud thrown in your face by other orphan children, being largely ignored by guards or viewed as a road bump. Stepped on by nobles as they shining their shoes and having them spit on you because you're not doing a good enough job. Or you finish the job and then they don't pay you for it. Forming into gangs, having killed people before I was ever even able to grow facial hair.
So is that
I'm not this
part
holy
of why
priest.
you hate the nobility is because you feel like you should have been one and they rejected you?
No, because they were so offended by my existence that they killed my mother. And then I saw all of the horrible things that they do to those that they view as lesser. Not once did any of them ever try to lift us out of the nightmare that we lived in. But they were more than happy to come down to our side of the city, surrounded by their guards, to find their little midnight pleasures. And then it wasn't all that uncommon to find whoever they met with in an alley, beaten, robbed, sometimes even dead. So you'll have to forgive me for initially viewing you and Corvid as the scum of the earth. Because I've known a lot more honest beggars and street ruffians than I have powerful nobles.
You don't have to defend it. To worry about offending me in regards to the nobility. I know a little how they can be, but obviously not in the way that you have. I'm very sorry that you were tossed out like that.
Like so much garbage. A living being. Living, thinking, breathing being.
Mm-hmm.
Treated like worse than a stump.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not so great. Well, you are not a stump. So, congratulations.
It took me a long time to stop being a stump. But I'm glad that you noticed. Got skin instead of bark now. It was an
Yeah.
process.
Recent change. I approve of that. So, do you want to... I don't know. We're going to see him tonight. I doubt we'll be near him on the table. He'll be way up on the end and we'll be way down at the bottom, I imagine. But we will be there. Do you want to get to know him, or do you want to stay as far away from him as you can?
I don't know. Question is, what good would it do me to get to know him? Hi, my name is Artyom Sokolov, the brother that you never knew that you had. My guess
Well,
is that
I
you'd
don't
laugh in my
recommend
face.
you do that. I'd rather not have you die.
I don't know, I've never had a sibling before. What did they do? Besides turn into cult people.
Wow, thanks. I mean, depends on the sibling. They're all very different. So I can't say.
How does one get to know somebody who is on the opposite end of the existence spectrum in a different caste, I guess?
I mean, how did you get to know Corvid and I?
Oh, we got teleported together by a crazy person.
All right. I don't know if that counts as getting to know us.
I mean,
I mean, within a week or two of that moment, I almost stabbed you, and you tried to kill me. I don't think that we were friends at that moment.
Nope.
So, I mean, it's... talking? That's how people do it, right?
I
But
don't
mean, that's
know.
only if you want to. If you hate this person so much, you don't have to. We can just wait until he goes away.
But I don't know if I hate him or just the very thought of his existence. And what he
You need
represents.
to make a decision.
Well, it's not that easy.
I will help you.
I would appreciate that. I think
I can't
what
help you if you don't know what you want.
what I ought to do is find out what Corvette knows about him.
That would be a start. Should we go find him?
Yeah. Let's go.
All right. So at this point, you're all being led through the halls towards the barracks that you're supposed to be spending the night at. Give me a second.
Oh, look, a stone wall. Now no wall.
Hold on a second. That's not working the way it's supposed to. Sorry, give me a second.
The fact that a map is appearing is
frightening. Okay, so this is the general layout of the barracks in which you are
They
staying.
all get their own
in.
carpets? Rugs?
It's not rugs for each
Nice
bed.
barracks.
It's I don't know.
I was gonna say these are bougie.
So those are actually bunk beds in case you don't in case you can't you know
being created.
you can't tell because those are actually bunk beds, so you can't tell.
You
Those
are muted, Patrick.
Oh. So you can't tell. Those are actually bunk beds.
Oh, jeez.
So you all are being put in this northern section up there.
Do we all get our
All
own
of you.
bunk bed, or
You
do we
all-
have to share with some dude?
I mean, you
I
have
call the
to.
top bunk.
Drith brings out his hammock.
There are a few other people in here, mostly just regular guards. But so let's see there. Yeah, so you get these. So you get the three ends. So if you see the ladder at the end of the, you get the three next to that ladder. Does that make sense?
Where does the ladder go?
Do you want to go up the ladder and see where it goes?
Not at this very second.
Like, you don't know where the ladder goes. So you all arrive, and you're taking some moments to, get. So for my curiosity, because I'm very curious to see who is going to be bunk buddies with who.
I already called the top bunk, so
Okay.
I'm just throwing my bag on the top bunk.
Okay. Which bunk? The one closest to the ladder, middle one, or the one?
Sure.
Okay, one closest to the
Because
ladder.
it's convenient.
Okay. Who wants to be bunk buddies with Artyom?
Ouch, my feeling.
Ask me after stream. I've got a comment. But Piotr will bunk buddy with Artyom.
Okay. Cool. Who wants the
Cool.
next bed?
I'm glad Piotr loves me.
So
I-
Drith is... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Drith.
Okay, so Drith is going to hang his hammock that he's always had with him in between, like he's going to tie it to the bottom of like a top bunk, so he's like in between bunks.
All right. Which bunks are you going to be in between?
Oh, the one right next to the ladder.
Okay. Cool.
So wait. So it's like top bunk, bottom bunk, Drith like 2 inches above sleeping person and bottom bunk.
Exactly. I couldn't have put it better myself, but he's hanging, so he feels, he's tapping into his inner bat.
So it's a Drith sandwich.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it.
Oh no.
So, seeing Drith do that, do you want to change what bed you're staying in, Piotr? You're muted.
Push to talk.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, just gonna roll with it.
Okay then.
He's already lying down, and then just does it, and he's like,
He's like,
it's
it'd be
too
a
much
whole
to happen.
thing. It'd become like one of those like explaining social convention Drith things again, and it's late.
Anya will take the bottom bunk of the middle one because she doesn't want to be on a bed near random stranger guard people, and she doesn't want to take a top bunk because it's so unladylike to climb a freaking ladder into a bed.
Howard,
Okay.
live a little, have some fun.
All right, who wants the top bunk of that middle one?
I'm like looking at Kadiak because I think it's just he and I left. I'm like, you probably want a bottom bunk, right?
He's little stumpy.
That would be nice. Yes. I
All
was
right.
gonna take the one close to the door, bottom bunk
Yeah.
close to the door.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'll hop up. I wish I had one of those hammocks. That's nice. That looks more comfortable in these beds.
Yeah, the beds
Hop
aren't.
up on the.
The beds really aren't that
Like,
comfortable.
You see
You still have your
Corbin, you see
blanket?
me just. Yes, but you see me. As I'm looking, I'm like.
I bet I could make
Arky,
room
gosh
for
darn
it if
it.
you want to share.
You know that'd be. Nah, thank you though. Thought about it for a second, but nah.
Seeing Drith's hammock, can I make a survival check to use my rope and blankets to make a hammock out of that?
That would suck.
I mean, sure.
We are making a spectacle of ourselves.
Pretend you don't know them, and then you won't have to worry about it.
Okay, well, it takes.
Put it together.
It does take a little bit of finagling, but yeah, you're able to make a hammock.
Okay, great.
Oh man, that
I'm gonna
hammock must really suck.
I'm gonna give that to or offer it to Corvid at least, who he had heard. I had heard him grumbling about the hammock versus the bed, so I offered that to him, and I take the bed.
The bed.
So you're
Bed
going to be
will-
vertical spooning as well.
No.
So bunk beds, right?
Yeah.
There are two bunk beds right here. The hammock, I strung it across this way,
Yes.
Gotcha.
and then I'm on
like
the
the aisle.
bottom one down here. Yeah.
Yeah, like in between the bunk beds. So like
Yes.
hanging down like the aisle, kind of like the aisle. Yes.
So
I
somehow
will
we've managed
that.
having 3 bunk beds to have only one person top bunking.
All right. Well, I mean, cool.
From-
Well, you'll see how
top bunk isn't all that cracks up to
How
me.
comfortable is the hammock?
not more comfortable than the bed. It's a survival hammock. It's definitely not more comfortable than the bed. Just because it's a blanket, and a blanket isn't meant to be like a supporting material to support you, and so like, and you just
I'll take-
used, like, you don't have all the materials that a normal hammock would be to like.
I'll take the second blanket, my blanket, and put it on top of the blanket that's the hammock now. So there's a little more padding and cushioning for me.
Okay, you do that.
I do that, yes.
All right.
I love how much of an adventure bedtime has become. this time.
Oh, it's not even bedtime. You guys are just settling in before you're, so you can get, because you don't forget you have a dinner at that party that you need to get ready for.
That's right, we
The
do.
fact that there is a map for this and that Patrick is asking us to choose and tell us where we are sleeping is frightening to me. I don't know
In
if
the middle of
That's
the night.
why
I don't know.
it's finagling and all of that.
Yes. But
Everybody check
Okay.
under your pillows because maybe there's magic item in one
The
specific
tooth
spot.
check, are those chests at like the end of each bed?
There are chests at the end of each bed. The 3 chests at the end of your bed are empty.
Okay, I was gonna check. So. Alright. Well. You gotta get ready for a dinner, right?
Apparently so.
Right.
Oil
they
my
have a bath?
chainmail. Put on my best tabard. Burnish my shield.
So yeah,
What time is it right now?
it's probably like just a little bit afternoon, so you do figure you actually have a few hours until you actually need to be anywhere, and like you were told that a servant will come and get you before you have to go off to dinner. So a servant does offer to take you to a bath if for those of you who feel the need to freshen up. I mostly imagine Corvette and Zhelaniye will be the primary ones.
Absolutely.
Anyone want to join me in the bath?
Yeah, it is not a solo bath; it is communal baths. But there is men and women's baths, so Zhelaniye doesn't have to bathe with the boys. But so all of you would have to bathe. All the boys will have to bathe together. And Zhelaniye does. There are some female guards that Zhelaniye does have to bathe with. She doesn't get a private bath. It's just there's a lot of there's a lot of people gathered together, and like he wasn't expecting, like he told you last session, he wasn't expecting you guys, and so he wasn't able to make accommodations befitting your standing. So
Hey, Corvette. Why do they separate the men and women for the bath?
For proprietary sake. Just
Propriety.
yeah, whatever that word is, the right one. Privacy also. I don't know.
All right. Well, as long as you're just as confused as I am, I'm okay with that.
To be honest, I'm used to having my own bath, so this is, this is just.
I use a river.
Okay.
You don't just use salt water? Jump off into the ocean and scrub while the boat is weighed anchor?
I mean,
Generally, I'm not on a boat, so no.
Ship?
If I was in the boat, then yes.
have you ever been dragged by a boat? I don't think that'd be very comfortable.
Yeah, how do you get here if you're not on a boat?
Being dragged if you're in the water,
You
dragged.
walk. There's the border between my country and yours is mostly land.
You just, like, break off pine branches and brush, brew?
I mean, we have rags. And there's this thing called soap. I don't know if Mordvirans use it.
I mean, you can smell onion and know that sometimes some don't.
Okay.
Either way, Kadiak is going to be quizzing Corvette and reviewing proper dinner etiquette for Mordvirans, because after the conversation that he had with Anya, he wants to make sure that he is on his best behavior and trying not to be obviously Norsean. So he's going to make sure to use the right spoons for the right soups and all of those other nitpicky noble dinner things.
Chris, are you writing this down? This is very important.
Drith pulls his sopping wet notebook out of the bath and starts writing things down.
Why'd you bring that in here?
Why did you put it in the
I
water?
thought this might happen. I
You
don't know.
ruined it.
Drith casts produce flame and his notebook burns up forever.
There go all the notes about everything. All the architecture.
No.
Rats. It's okay.
How to
I
spell his
logged it
dad's
away
name.
in this beautiful machine, and he taps his head.
It's okay. He saved it in the cloud.
Okay. Hey, you could do that, right? You're a druid.
The Drith notebook.
Yep. Okay. Corbett's trying to answer Kadiak the best he can.
I mean, they're pretty basic questions, so anyone that has any formal education would probably know the answers to all of the etiquette, but
I mean,
Yeah. So
IRL, I almost have a bachelor's degree, and I would be lost if they were like, there's like 7 different forks you need to use, and if you use the wrong one, you're getting kicked out of this
Yeah,
establishment.
you're gonna be
Well,
lucky
medieval
if Drith
formal
uses
education.
silverware.
The
So-
formal education that someone back in Moorview would get.
So Corvette is able to give you, the pointers on the etiquette. You guys do take your baths. This does leave you, and I'm assuming that you're probably talking about things while you're bathing. Is there any particular conversations that want to be had, or do you want to wait until you're out of the baths?
I lean over to Drith and just like ask, so how is it? I know it's been a couple of weeks since we left, but how was it really just seeing and visiting your dad and your family here?
I don't think I've ever been happier in my entire life. It made me feel like a fish that got dumped into a fresh spring when it had been living in salt water its entire life. And specifically, it's a freshwater fish. Because I just feel like I am in the place where I belong now. Except that spring is in my own head and heart and body. It's just like I have siblings that I can actually talk to now and, not get physically abused. And it's just like, I feel whole. I feel complete. And it feels like nothing will ever, no matter how tough and how hard everything gets for my entire life, I know that I am who I should be. And I'm proud of myself,
It's awesome. So happy for you. And Corvette just kind of gives him a nudge on his shoulder and just, that's awesome. I mean, your family here, they seem like the most incredible people, kindest people. Your dad, your stepmom, so.
Yeah, I know. I really hope that we can save the world from all evil, because I would really hate to see them get tortured and killed. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. I 100% agree with that. And afterwards, we'll go on another adventure and travel the world or something. You'll be able to do that with them. Show them to your home or something.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that.
Oh,
but I'll bring a bit of my home to them, though.
That's good.
Yeah, maybe I can. There's this great play back home called The Parent Trap, and maybe I can get my mom and my dad. Oh, geez, but he's already got a wife. This is more complicated than I thought. I don't even know what to do anymore. All my plans are falling through. Oh no, what do I do, Corvette? I'm so stressed. My dreams are falling apart.
No, they're not. You found your family. You have found
That's right.
your dream. You found your new dream. So just hold on to that. Remember that. Enjoy it. And they love you, and be with them. And
Okay.
who knows what'll happen in the future. But don't forget, I think all of us here are gonna end up going to your hometown and putting your stepdad in his place for you. So I think everyone here has agreed on that.
Yeah, I try to be nice, but he's a really bad guy. I don't like him.
Yeah, no, we don't like him either. But we like your real
Yeah.
dad. He's very
Do you like
nice.
your dad, Corvette, or is he awful?
Yeah. No. But that's a great question. He's not the greatest person, so he's to me, he was very, very good. Like, he never mistreated me, but that was because of who I am, of what I was born with, of the golden eyes, being an Asimur. But to others, he's a cruel person. So it's an interesting experience not being the favored of someone when knowing that they are a cruel person.
So, you were valued, or you were treated well because he thought you had value.
Absolutely.
But the value of just a regular person's life was not enough for others for him?
For my father, no. And that, like, I see, again, no. He's not someone I would look up to or want to look up or be like.
You know, Drith and Corvette, I'm glad that Drith ended up with a good father. I'm saddened to hear that your father is kind of miserable and horrible.
What's your dad like, Artyom?
He exists. Probably.
You know, I guess you and my dad are similar in that way.
Yeah. I mean, I know who my dad is, though.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry for my assumptions.
Well, I guess I told Anya. I better tell the rest of you. My father is... Well, I guess I should say that myself and Arkady share a father.
Come again?
So you're royalty?
No. I am an illegitimate child who's related to royalty, but I am not royalty.
Wait, who is your father?
Alexei Alkaev.
Okay.
And I'm certain that you can piece together the fact that I hate nobles and my mother's dead.
Does he know about you?
I don't know. I don't think so. He never came back.
And like, you see Corvette for like a second, like kind of half rise, half start. He's like, just the mental roller coaster or a bumpy horse carriage ride for Mortimer that he's on. Just processing this. Do I kneel, bow? Do I?
No, definitely don't kneel or bow.
I mean, I don't want to right now because we're in a bat, and that'd be weird, but... Okay.
No, there's no advantage in me having been born to the Tsar. Cost me a mother and put me in all of the, horrible situations I grew up in. I don't know, I guess Drith and I are alike in that sense, except for the fact that it was his stepfather that abused him, and for me it was just the rest of the world.
Artyom, I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know that you had that hard of... I figured, you know, you always seem like you're a little rough around the edges, so I figured you had a hard life, but that sounds really hard.
I mean, I never got lit on fire, so you might still have it harder than I did.
Yeah, but I never had to shine shoes. Ooh.
Yes, because that's worse than being lit on fire.
What about you, Kadiak? Are you secretly related to the Lord of all Norsean?
No, because the last time there was a Lord of all Norse, a demon killed him and his family. But I am related to the chief of my tribe, so
Okay.
yeah, I would not consider it to be what a noble is here in Mordvir, but instead, our leaders are determined regularly at the turning of the year.
Through contests of strength, or election, or the one who has the best beard?
well, we have some elves, so obviously not the best beard, but it is chosen by the people of the tribe as well as the accomplishments of the year. My father has been chief for 5 years running now.
What about you, Piotr? Are you related to an Orsayan chief?
No. No, I don't think I am.
Are you related to anybody?
Anybody? I mean, there are people to whom I am related, yes. But...
Come on, Piotr. I mean, Artyom just somehow
No.
shared all of this. So, what about you? Where do you come from?
I'm of pretty anonymous background prior to my professional endeavors. No secret no secret revelations of noble birth or secret stashes of wealth from me, unfortunately, I guess we could say.
There's no secret stashes of wealth involved in my existence either. Unless, of course, Corvid is hiding something in his backpack that he wants to give me.
I mean, I do have something for everyone if you want it, but I mean, that's not what I'm thinking of.
1,000,000 coins in the blood of my enemies.
No, just something else for if you ever go to the Southern Isles. But again, it's a long shot thing. But Artyom, you know how the Tsar is chosen, right?
He's born that way?
No, actually, I mean, he's from the family, so yes. But anyone who's born of that bloodline is a potential candidate to be the Tsar. And then the nobles and the archmatriarch has to, approve the candidate, and then the nobles essentially vote the boyars. But it can be of anyone from the bloodline. So do you know? So you're a big deal.
I guess we better not tell anybody then.
I mean, it's up to you. Whatever you want, but...
I mean, are you proposing that I show forth myself and say, "Hail and well met. My name is Artyom Sokolov, the lowliest of priests, and I challenge my younger brother, who's probably been trained in all sorts of martial arts, and he would kick my rear end."
I mean, has lots of training, obviously, because he's chosen for this, which is very interesting. Don't know why, but
yeah.
But I mean,
when you talk about this
I'm
chosen, but perhaps
Yeah,
we should
there's-
wait for Zhelaniye.
yeah, we should. But do you want this is also nuts too. You have a brother, Arky, and I know how you feel about nobles, and probably royalty even more so. But he's not a bad guy.
I don't know. If
A
I
little
were
on
to-
the He's a little on the naive side sometimes. He's a little gullible. But he's a stand-up person.
He looked quite dashing in those faux angel wings. They're nothing like ours.
I don't. That is something I'm like,
I don't know. Drith, would you vote for me if you were a boyar on the council?
It depends who you're running against.
My brother?
Oh yeah, Yeah, I like you better than your brother.
Who are you thinking of, Drith?
My dad.
Okay.
Well,
Fair.
your dad is not a noble. But if I were to be a noble, I would make your father a noble. Probably of a hamlet, but, you know, something. I don't know, I would cast down the institutions and change a lot of things. I don't know that my taking over at any point would necessarily be a welcome thing.
There would be a lot of people who would. It'd be interesting, to say the least.
I don't remember. Are you a boyar's son?
Yup. That's me.
How does Anya fall in? What is her
She's
noble title?
a baron's, now a baron's sister. So, Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like the Tsar, obviously, and his family, and then it's like the 6 boyars, and then like barons are underneath them, kind of in individual towns or cities.
That is correct.
Cool.
Barons are mayors, boyars are governors, Tsar is the president.
Boyars would be
Yeah.
more
We're
County.
democratically elected.
county commissioners. Because there are mayors. Well, I mean, the mayors would be sheriffs, but yeah.
But like old sheriffs, not sheriffs like nowadays. Well, that is definitely a new nightmare for me to have.
You're welcome. But you should I won't tell anyone, but you should talk to Arky.
Why? Every time I look at him, I'm reminded of the man who left me behind and the woman who arranged for my mother's death. My grandmother.
Oh.
And now, what you just told me makes sense. You know, I was thinking, oh, you know, why? Illegitimate child, there's no rightful claim to the throne, but if all I have to do is bleed a little blue.
That would make sense.
I don't know. That would probably be my first act, as the Tsar would be to try my grandmother for her crimes. And it would probably be a weighted
I
trial.
mean, you could do that, but good to know.
And if that were a path that you chose to pursue, I would be more than happy to render my diplomatic services to that end. I'm okay at talking to people in these circles.
I shall keep that in mind.
Okay.
I'm getting a little pruny. Is anybody else?
Yep. I need to
Drith
make
is actively overheating.
He's like about to collapse in the water, like pull him out. So.
I do
All
want to say something to Drith.
Okay.
You know, I want to wait till, you know, everyone else has kind of gotten up and walked away.
Yeah, maybe we can say that Drith passed out as he was getting out of the tub. And
Don't worry, I got this. I'm trained in this kind of thing.
And no one
Alright,
cares enough
alright.
to help. They're just like, yeah, you got it. It's fine. Let's go.
Artyom's just bending over Drith's naked body, trying to revive him.
Just gonna, like, create water, just sploosh right on your face.
Yeah.
You know, completely cold water versus the hot water of the bath.
Oh, I think I just died, Artyom. Thank you.
And you're not dead. Which is good, because I didn't have any diamonds on me.
I don't know what that means, but I'm glad I'm not dead too.
You feeling alright?
I think so. Yeah, tunnel vision's going away.
Yeah, you definitely want to get out of the heat. Listen, Drith. I'm really glad that you didn't have to take my advice about learning to love and let go and forgive but not forget. I'm glad that your father didn't end up being what you were afraid of and ended up being what you hoped for.
Yeah, it basically turned out the best way it could. In fact, I have absolutely no regrets about it. This is great.
Now, if you have a little bit of that luck left, I'd love for, you know, my younger brother to be everything that I hope for and nothing that I fear.
Yeah, I don't see why that can't happen. I'm sure that, you know, you'll get along really well. I mean, you're related by blood. You probably understand each other really well. Maybe he had to shine shoes too, you know?
Maybe. Now wrap yourself in a towel. It's unbecoming, and let's go.
All right. If you say so.
Look, we don't.
Yeah, Drith puts a
here.
towel over his shoulders.
No, the lower half.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Okay. Was there anything exciting
now
that
I need to take 20 minutes to talk about what I'm doing in
like,
my
was, there,
bath.
was there anything exciting you were doing in your bath?
Between all five, we all got 4 minutes.
I don't know. I probably am done way before y'all. Soak for a while. And
What are
like,
they
this is
doing
real
in there?
nice. And then I probably have to cover my eyes as you guys walk back in. Your towel's on the wrong halves of your bodies.
Yeah, just Drith.
You see, Drith, that's why I told you to cover the lower half.
All right. Well, that's not how I expected that. Okay. Perfect. So you do
You guys
have.
have fun.
Yeah, we bonded really well in there.
I told them about my brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Probably not something to openly discuss in an open-air barracks, but...
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Well, good to know we're all on the same page.
Yeah. Mostly. Yeah. I think-
Maybe after dinner, but Corvid and I have something we need to share with everybody as well.
Yes.
Okay.
We're
Well,
secretly
have-
related too.
Oh, jeez.
Probably very, very distantly.
Very distantly, like a millennia ago.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Well, we have a fancy event to go to, and I need
know.
something better to wear.
I know, so do
than
I.
My armor.
I helped Kadiak. I need to get. I didn't buy any fancy clothes in Cordovan, right?
You have fancy clothes.
Are you kidding me? I traveled in these. I can't show up. You know how much? No, I need it. Just trust me. It'll make the night go a lot smoother.
Okay. Cool. So you do have.
I'm gonna ask a servant for his clothes.
And the servant's gonna look at you and be like, "I'm sorry."
Why are
Yeah,
there
can-
servants in the barracks?
Can I have your clothes? I need to look good for dinner.
These are not the type of clothes that you would want to be wearing to the dinner with the boy are.
Oh, can you get me clothes?
I can direct you to a store, to one of our to a tailor in the city that you could go to buy some clothes.
Okay. Hey everyone, this guy knows a guy named Taylor, and so we should go to Taylor and check it out.
Just nobody tell him. Nobody tell him.
Let's go visit our friend Taylor. Yes, I
Alright.
agree. I could use a change of clothes as well.
Awesome. Okay, we go shopping.
All right.
We get fitted as
Patrick's
quickly
favorite.
as possible.
Let's talk with every NPC.
All right. So
Is the tailor's name Taylor?
the tailor's name is Master Vorobev.
So not Taylor. How disappointing.
He is,
It's his first name.
so he does, so the servant does give you directions to the market district in town where you can go buy some fancy clothes. Per usual, let me just pull up that. that section of the player's handbook to tell you how much they will cost.
Grabbing your player's handbook caused you to have an earthquake. You're just like...
No, that was a tectonic shift, Adam. I thought you knew that.
Level 9 druid.
Jesus.
Or
It was
9
text
level
tonic.
Wow. Guys, we're really funny.
All right, so it does cost 15 gold pieces per person for a set of fine clothes that would be appropriate to wear to this type of event.
Can I get a discount? Because all I need is a fancy tabard to go over my church-issued chainmail.
I mean, to be fair, you actually, Artyom, you probably don't need to. You probably wouldn't wear your chainmail. You just would wear your church robes. So you probably wouldn't actually need to buy any clothes. You would just have regular church robes. Unless you want to buy some, in which, sure, it'll cost you 5 gold pieces.
But armor is part of my religion. My mother was murdered.
Then it would cost you 5 gold pieces. But yeah, so everyone else, 15 gold pieces. Also, if there are any other minor things that you want to buy while you're in the March District, now would be the time to do it.
Yes, please. So, 2 things. Corvette, the extra piece of equipment he's getting is a breastplate. The one that looks the nicest for, again, I believe it's 400 gold in the player's handbook.
That is correct.
I looked it up before, so just so I knew. And then
Appreciate that.
Corvette is not, he's like 15 gold, nah. Give me 50 gold worth of fancy, nice clothes. I need to look good. So yeah, he's like, that's worth it to him, for especially if freaking the prince is gonna be there. He's like, I gotta show him that I still got class.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, you're welcome to spend. I mean, and if anyone else says they want to spend extra for even fancier clothes, that's up to you.
I
Drith-
might.
Drith will, because Drith has the knowledge that he doesn't know how to be fancy, so he's hoping the clothes will make up for it.
All right, sounds
In
good.
fact, Drith will drop. I imagine Drith will get conned by Taylor for like 70 gold.
Okay.
And he also wants to buy a new notebook.
All right. The new notebook will just cost you like a silver. So.
Kadiak will be asking the party if he needs some more fancy clothes or if the ones that he's wearing are good enough. I'm going to assume that he's going to need more, so I'll pay the 15 as well.
Okay. What
Can
type
afford
of?
it. It's always nice.
Go ahead, Piotr.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Piotr is also going to buy another set of clothes that's a little bit more formal for the suzeraning that he's planning on doing potentially, ? Later.
Yep. Sounds good. Zhelaniye, how much are you spending on your clothes?
Well, it depends, because Anya wants like a hot girl dress, if that makes sense. Like a little bit more towards the edge of like kind of sexy, but not to the point of being slutty.
Like a prom dress?
Like, no. I'm thinking black, very like form-fitted, kind of off the shoulder sort of thing. Very nice quality black matte fabric. So not a whole bunch of like detailing in anything, but like very nice quality sort of thing.
Okay. Sounds good.
Long and
Definitely.
So
flowy.
however much that costs.
Probably gonna say that's probably around the same as what Corvette's paying, about 50.
All right. Cool.
Do I have to explain what I'm buying?
Yeah.
As
So I was gonna say. So since we're let's have everyone give a brief, don't go overly detailed, but a brief description of what everyone's wearing. We're gonna start with Corvette.
Okay. So nice. Just starting off with a nice white silk shirt with a dark green vest over the top, and then just kind of nice but not really like noticeable trousers that are probably like a gray color with black boots, and then a tricorn hat. And to top it all off, he's gonna have kind of like like a half cape off of like around one shoulder. That's the same kind of green as that vest.
Perfect. All right, Artyom.
Since I'm not supposed to be wearing my armor, I guess I won't. But, so Artyom is going to actually, straight up forgo the very typical, the Jedi robes. And instead, he's going to go for, one of those, those kind of higher quality trimmed tunics with the large leather belt around the waist, and then just some nice pair of breeches. Of course, he's going to drape over that. It's going to be, the pure gold tabard with the symbol across it that he, is supposed to wear for fancy things like weddings and christenings and those kind of things that they do as priests. He's polished up his leather boots, and he does, however, to match his the clothing he's wearing under his tabard, he purchases a long black kind of cloak with some golden trim around it. So it's kind of like most everything is black except for the tabard and the trim. So he very much, you can tell he's a priest, but he also looks like super dashing and debonair.
Yes, debonair.
Okay.
Great word.
Channeling his inner gene.
All right, Piotr, what are you wearing?
Good question. Granted, I don't know if any of these words are going to be correct. I'm not good with clothing words. However, Piotr is in a well-fitted tunic that is red. Well, his whole outfit is red with black accents. He's also wearing kind of a cape-ette that's just over one shoulder, not like across his whole across his torso. I don't know why that word is not coming to me. Anyway, and he also has a red cavalier hat, I think is what I'm envisioning, with a black feather.
It's like a red, like kind of what the Three Musketeers had.
Yeah, kind of. I think so. It's not a tricorn hat, but yeah, I'm thinking if memory serves well, yes.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Got like one thing going like this, and the rest is going like that, right?
Say that again.
It's got one half where it's like up like this, and that's what the feather is, and the rest of it's out like this.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Drith and then Kadiak. Go ahead. I can hear you. I need to go do something really quick, but I can hear you guys. So.
Good. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Drith maybe hit it off really well with the tailor, and because he was like, I have a bunch of money, make me look really good. So I think the outfit can be just best described in one word, which is leather. So he has like really like unbelievably tight black leather pants and like thigh-high leather boots on.
Wait, how long are the pants?
Oh, the pant.
Are they like booty shorts to show off the boots? Or are they? Do they go all the way down?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they're regular size.
They
but
go
then as
inside
well,
the leather boots, though.
Yeah, thigh-high leather boots, and then for his shirt, I imagine it's kind of like one of those. It's like one of those white flowy shirts. White flowy shirts with like all the kind of frill at the chest, but it has like a really deep V to show off Drith's like chest and chest hair, as well. I don't think Drith has a hat. I think his hair is just tied back in like a really sexy ponytail. And then I want to say, no, I think he went kind of minimalist. Yeah, so that's what Drith is wearing.
Minimalist for fancy clothes.
Yeah.
Cool.
I adore it.
Just extremely tight. Like, I don't want to outshine Anya's tight clothing, but maybe tighter than that.
All right, and Kadiak has a, it's a ivory vest, with actual ivory buttons over a dark brown silk shirt, and just, you know, good old-fashioned dress pants. Kadiak went for what he thinks and what he was advised is just the traditional Mordeviran fancy clothes. He's trying to be very much an average Mordeviran person.
So probably a less fancy version of, and a combination of what Piotr and Corvid are wearing.
Right. No hat for Kadiak, though.
All right, now that we, all right. So that takes, you know, so your trip there and back takes you a little bit. There is a servant waiting at the entrance to escort you to your dinner. All right, give me just a second.
How long do we expect the dinner to take?
Like 2-3 hours.
Shoot, okay.
Is there something that you need to take care of before we do?
I was considering using disguise self to get rid of all my scars and stuff. Because I am showing a lot of skin, and it is extremely damaged skin, and Anya does not like it at all. But yeah, well, that won't work.
It's definitely not going to be long enough to quench all the thirst that we have summoned.
If anyone has a disguise kit or skill with a disguise kit, they could also help with the scarring. Just, you know, through more mundane makeup.
I'd imagine that you'd probably do some minor makeup stuff that you could use to help cover up some of that stuff.
So they don't look as bad. I imagine it would be impossible to cover it up without making me so caked up that you couldn't touch me. Or it would just be, especially finding the right shade, a little hard. Not a lot of gray makeup.
I mean, yeah. But
Yeah.
cool. Are we ready to have dinner with the Boyar and the Chosen of Zhelaniye?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Corvid was born for this.
Artyom is going to, when they meet up with Anya, he's going to offer his arm and say, "May I escort you in?"
May the blind
It
guy
would not be
escort.
fitting for someone of your stature to go in alone.
Oh, okay.
Plus, you're still blind, right, Artyom?
Yeah.
It's probably the more urgent thing is that you're trying to keep up the appearance that you're blind. All right.
No,
Okay.
I can be a good escort and be blind, you ableists.
I just very, like, gingerly put my hand up around his arm. Okay.
All right.
I'm totally.
Anya's not a stranger.
Brandenburg Concerto number 5 playing in the background.
So there isn't actually like a lot of fanfare. Like it's you know, there isn't like a lot of fanfare. Like it's kind of a dinner party, but kind of not. So you enter in, and Kadiak actually notices that a lot of this is, you know, a lot of the decoration. Like, so you walk in, so you come in, if you look at the map, come in through this door at the north, and you know, the north entrance, past the kitchen, past, you know, these hallways. The tables and chairs and stuff are actually kind of more in like ancient dwarven, you know, Norsean fashion because of just where culturally the, you know, Norgarn sits.
Is it Dwarven or Norsean?
Well, so a lot of Norsean is from, you know, ancient dwarf in culture.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
it's
So it is that branch of
Yeah.
history.
Exactly. So and there's so you're looking in. So there's these long table in the center with these chairs on the side, and then of course the head table. On the side, you can see some stained glass windows, with the light shining in, reflecting onto the ground. Next to the head of the in the corner of each room is a lit brazier that is illuminating the room. Next to the head table are these statues of people. It's what it is. It's knights standing with a shield and sword pointed toward the ground. So you all come in and are sat down, and with that...
So it's just the table. There's not like a dance floor. There's not like music playing.
No, just the table.
Okay.
No music for nobles?
I mean, like some music, but not like a ton of music.
Yeah, it's probably chamber music more than orchestral.
Yeah. So anyway, this is
like
gonna
a mini choir singing.
Jeez.
Yeah, this is gonna be your.
We have assigned seats.
This is your. So you are assigned to different seats. You can look on there.
Why am I so far up front?
So the reason you're so up front, so just to explain the thought process behind it.
Escort the person I'm sitting next to.
So just to explain the thought process behind it. So the boyar clearly is at the head, the head table. On his right side is his daughter.
Patrick, you are muted.
Sorry, yep. So to explain the thought, thank you. Sorry, to explain the thought process of why everyone is sitting where they're sitting. The boyar is, and Kadiak, and Corvette would have, Corvette actually probably would have guessed that this would be, and maybe Zhelaniye would have guessed that this is probably what the seating arrangement would have looked like. So the boyar clearly, because it's his location is on the, is near the front, with Idina to his right, his heir, and Entoven, who is, the husband, the fiance of Idina, to his left. Arkadi and Corvette are also at the head table because they are the highest ranking nobles. Zhelaniye would be up next to Corvette as another noble. And then Artyom and Idalian, who are both priests, which are held in very high regard, would also be near the front. Piotr would be, after them to a degree because he is a diplomat. It just depends on how open he's been about that fact since he's been here. But then, of course, you're not exactly sure what it is that Kelvarin does. Kelvarin is the high elf wizard of the Chosen of Silhana, so you're not exactly sure what it is that he does that has earned him a place up that high. But Drith, Kadiak, and Fezzik, for the most part, being kind of just commoners, would sit farther back. Fezzik, however, being the champion of the arena, would, of course, get some preferential treatment and sit closer to the head of the table than the other two. Does that explain? And any questions as to why you all are sitting where you're sitting?
Yeah, how come Idalian is ahead of me?
Because he's a chosen of Silhana.
And his parties are sitting with each other.
Yeah, exactly. Oh. If I'd put a little bit more thought into it, actually, I probably would have flip-flopped the sides you were on, but I wasn't thinking about it when I made this. But anyway, so yeah, this is your seating order. So you all come in and are sitting at the table. It starts off with you all, there's the side course is brought out first. The side course includes a variety of things, the more common things, the things that you would all recognize are things like there's loaves of freshly baked white bread with bowls of whipped butter next to them. There's also sugared almonds and honey mustard eggs. These are the main, these are not the main courses. These are the side course, the first course, right? Yeah, the appetizer. That's what it's called. The appetizer that's brought out before you all. So as you sit down, the boyar, looks at you and says, "Welcome. I appreciate that you all have gathered here today, and that you accepted my invitation. I was not expecting, the Katenkov party, but Zhelaniye, thank you for coming, and with such a notable guest as Corvet Peshek of the Southern Isles. Thank you. I'm glad to have you grace our table. And then, of course, then he turns and he looks at Arkadi. Of course, Tsarovich Arkadi and your party, you're chosen of Silhana. We are grateful and blessed to have your presence as we prepare to resist the onslaught that this Norsean cur is bringing to our doorstep. So this is real quick. Zhelaniye, you are wearing the exact same dress as Adina.
No, I'm not. You are lying.
You are wearing the exact same dress as Adina, and she is kind of like giving you a glare as you come sit down at the table.
Yeah, she's just jealous because I have a better body than she does. I'm sure. I'm fit.
Arkadi, so Antovin's actually wearing his armor, but you would kind of almost expect that because Antovin is the captain of the guard, the commander of the guard at this point.
Rude.
Arkadi is wearing he's wearing red, gold, and black are the general colors of the Empire, and so he's wearing, red, gold, and black, very similar outfit of design of Corvet. Idalian is actually kind of Artyom would think he's almost underdressed. Idalian is just wearing his simple priest robes. Kelvarin is wearing a very, very fancy wizard's robe, like super ridiculously, like Gilderoy Lockhart, like fancy wizard robe. Think like along those lines. Just this like white robe with gold trimming and long flowing cloak, and he's even topped it off with a pointy wizard's hat. Fezzik is actually shirtless. The little tiny gnome barbarian is sitting shirtless at the table.
Does he have like a bow tie or something at least?
Nope, he is sitting shirtless. He's just...
Is it Chippendale?
No, okay, nope. Nope.
Tight leather pants like Drith does.
Nope.
Sorry, I'll stop.
But he, but he's sitting there, and you can tell that Fezzik is getting very impatient, and he actually speaks up and is like, "We're grateful to be here, but when do we eat?" And
Patrick, we can't hear you.
So we're grateful to be here, but when do we eat? And the boy just kind of like looks at him and says, "Soon, please take your seats." And you all sit, and he looks at Idalian and says, "Brother Idalian, would you care to bless the meal for us?" And the tiefling cleric very nods very solemnly and stands up and puts his hands in front of him, and he starts and he says a very quick blessing on the food and thanking Silhana for the many blessings, and he ends his prayer with a very interesting thing and saying, then he says, I thank Silhana every day that she gives me the ability to overcome the blood in my veins. And then he sits down at the end of it. But yeah, so that's, so.
Wait, that was the tiefling guy who just said mean, nasty, racist things about himself, right?
Yep.
Yes. All right. So you all sit down, and dinner begins. And it starts off with the boyar. The boyar looks at Corvet. "So, my lord Peshek, what brings you all the way here to the northern parts of the empire? I can't think of the last time that your father even paid a visit to as far north as Estrada. Even it's been a few years since he's even left the Southern Isles."
True. I've been journeying, kind of wanting to get to know more of the Empire and really to build better relationships with such as yourself and the other boyars and their families, because we are so distant, so isolated in the south. We only really communicate well with the boyars who are near us. So for me, and also I believe the church also would hope that I would take the initiative to really just, build some camaraderie and build some more communication between all of us.
I see.
And so I visited Cordovan, and then met the lovely Zhelaniye, and was able to help there. And so we came here to looking for your aid for that. But again, grateful for this wonderful feast you are providing.
Of course, thank you. At this point, Arkady, Arkady looks at you and says, "Corvette, it's been a while. I mean, you haven't been home in months. You haven't heard the news, have you?"
I have not. You've been keeping tabs on me. Have you, Arky?
Well, I mean, I should, as you're going to be my brother-in-law.
Wait, what?
Your younger sister, Agnia.
Oh!
She and I, we got we were engaged this past month, but
Congratulations. Where is she? How is she? 'Cause
she's
you've seen her more recently. I would hope being engaged and all.
we went and about a month ago went and we picked her up from the Southern Isles. She's currently in Ostrava. We're getting ready for the wedding. We're hoping to get married after all this business with the Norsean wench is taken care of.
I got the most important question for you. Well, I have lots, but this is the only one I'll ask right now. Who's your best man?
Well, I mean, I was hoping that I could ask you to be the best man, but we tried finding you, but you were nowhere to be found. We sent messengers out, and we went to where you'd last been seen, and we couldn't find you. But it was a miracle that we found you here.
I know. It's been amazing. A wonderful adventure indeed it's been, and I would be honored. But please, treat her well. That's all I ask, and I know you will, because I don't know. Got a good feeling about you.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that. He kind of looks over at Idalian. Corvid and I have been friends for years. He's been, he used to get in a little bit of trouble, though, when he was younger.
Yeah. I mean, it had to be, because Arky was so boring all the time, so had to spruce up and entertain his life a little bit. So you'd know how to actually be the future Tsar.
Well, yes, I mean, there's more expectations, heavier expectations. I'm the heir, you're not the heir. Simply put, just heavier expectations for me than for you.
But you need to learn to relax. You're so pent up all the time. So, I was so serious.
Well, I have to be. It's part of the job description. Side of each of the empire, heir apparent. It's not like I have any siblings that could get elected over me.
And yeah, that's true. You have to take the responsibility for all of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So. And then Corbett would start to tell the Boyar about some of the mischief that he and Arky would get in during the summer trips when Corbett would visit Ostrava.
We don't need to be giving away all the secrets, Cor. Maybe just a few of those. We don't want the Boyar to think negatively about me. Who knows? He might choose to not vote for me.
Wait, who else could he vote for?
That's a fair point. Just out of curiosity, so at the southern end of the table, Kadiak, you are surprised to see that Fezzik seems to have no manners at all. Like, you've gone through the effort, but Fezzik is just, he's just shoving sugared almonds into his face, and all the, he's just clearly not, and you're worried that he's going to have an effect on Drith.
And I'm assuming that it's like even Norsean manners are completely out of it. He's just absolutely.
Oh, yeah. He's just
okay.
Nothing. He's just this savage gnome.
I'm going to just mention to Drith. Now remember what we what we had discussed earlier about the way that we are being honored by being here at this dinner with such high members of society, and trying to make sure that Drith is using the correct etiquette things that we had been discussing earlier. But Kadik is also going to turn to Fezzik, and so tell me, what part of Mordvir are you from?
Kind of wipes his nose on his hand really quick and looks at you. All over. I got lots of. I've been, I was a mercenary for years. Then I started fighting in tiny competitions across the empire. But recently, I'm the champion of the Ashravan Coliseum. No, many people have gone up against me. And he flexes his tiny little no muscles. Many people have gone up against me, but no one's ever been able to beat Fezzik Spinson.
No one, or no one your size?
No one. Last week I fought a half-orc. He looks up at you. You say you trying to say something, dwarf?
No, I'm just wondering about weight class. I've wrestled and I've fought many things, and it would be much more impressive is that if you were fighting everyone instead of just those that were of, our stature. Because
real.
I'm not exactly tall myself.
A real fighter doesn't care what about size or stature. He'll fight anyone that comes at him. But I bet you look like you'd be a fight. After this is done, we should wrestle.
If the timing is appropriate, I would gladly engage in some sporting combat with you. Yes. And Kadyak is making a very concerted effort to be proper in his speech.
He's just gonna... You're a strange one. Almost a little too fancy.
I've been practicing for the dinner. Us common folk. Don't have practice.
Fancy schmancy manners, who needs them? Just give me the food that I need to fill my belly, and give me the energy that I need to fight. Wasting our time here, we should be out fighting those Norsean curs.
Kadok is gonna flinch a little bit at that. No, not outwardly so, but just and he's going to get some more food for himself and offer the bowl to the Fezzik.
And Fezzik's gonna reach a whole hand in and grab and just shove it in his mouth and start munching. So at this point, the main course is being brought out. The main course consists of a vegetable soup, followed by a slow-roasted wild boar seasoned with fennel, sage, and juniper berries, and served with baked apples and plums. There's also a trio of roast birds, specifically pheasant, swan, and turkey. All right. So at the front of the table, Arkady and Corvette and the boy are dominating most of the conversation. Idina however, is just sitting and shooting daggers with her eyes at Zhelaniye, and Antovin is just kind of just looking at his meal and not looking up and just eating.
Do I notice kind of how Idina's glaring and?
Okay, you'd have to be blind to not notice the glares coming from Idina.
Focus, but yeah, I was hoping to notice that. Okay, I glance. I'm
So Idina is actually gonna speak up, and while there's a lull in the conversation. So, Zhelaniye, it's a miracle that you're here. We last that we'd heard, we thought that you were dead.
Understandable, but very nearly was the case.
Would you care to tell us what has transpired in the years since we last saw you?
Well, I imagine you had heard there was an attack upon my family. I managed to escape and was waylaid and could not return for a little while. Had things I had to take care of.
Arkady's gonna look at you. An attack on one of the noble houses of the Empire? Do you know who these fiends were, that we might vanquish them?
They've already been dealt with.
I see. Well then, I'm very sorry to hear about this. It's very saddening to me that such things could happen in our glorious empire.
Yes, quite tragic. I appreciate very much your concern for my family and my house.
Of course. Just let if there's anything that the Imperial family can do for you, just let me know, and I'll do my best to take care of it.
I'll definitely remember that there might be some things that I might need to contact you for.
So at this point, Idina has looked over to Enthoven, and she says, "Dearest, I'm sure you've noticed, but you've been very quiet this evening. Is there any particular reason?" And he just kind of looks at his mom. "No reason, dear. Just very clearly uncomfortable with the situation he's in." Yeah. So is there anyway, so in the middle of the table, we'll go look there. So the middle of the table is.
I was gonna.
Oh no, go ahead.
Talk to the to Idalian. Ask.
Go ahead.
What his path has been to reach where he's at.
It's a very simple path. He will tell you. My family has been members of the church and the priesthood for years, generations. It is our way of atoning for the sin that our ancestors committed, taking the demon blood into themselves. We feel that, we have been cut off from the presence of Zhelaniye because of this action our ancestors took, and so it is our way of trying to bring ourselves closer and help control the demonic urges that are found within our blood.
Yeah, sometimes it's such a struggle to hold back from those terrible things. I often have to be reminded by, this one over here, and I point to Artyom to remind me, because I did not join the clergy. It was not something I could handle,
I
So he has to remind me.
I have never said any such thing.
They don't generally let nobility join the clergy. You can either be nobility or you can be clergy, except in some very rare circumstances if you're very far down the line of inheritance.
Yes, I keep him around to help remind me to be a better person.
I can detect the sarcasm in your voice. You take it you don't agree with my path.
Oh no, your path is fine for you.
We all have our different ways of coping with what our ancestors did to us. It's not our fault. The sins of the fathers are not to be borne by the children. But
you seem to be attempting to bear them, though.
That's what I was going to say.
It is not my fault that the demonic blood courses through my veins, but it is my duty to control it and to bring myself closer to the goddess. I feel it is often forgotten that the reason our ancestors partook of the blood in the first place was to help Zhelaniye. But to each our own. Do not begrudge anyone who chooses not to follow our path and bring themselves closer to enlightenment through the teachings of the church.
I feel like I've said similar things. Anya.
But it is the path that I have chosen, the one that I feel makes me better. So, Artyom, is it? Tell me, from where do you hail?
The streets of Ostrava.
The streets.
Mean ones.
Yes.
Yes, well, you see, I was taken in far later than most by one of the priests down there.
I see.
You may know him, brother. No, I wrote this down. What did I put his name as? Brother Oleg.
Yes, I knew him. I'm assuming that means you haven't heard then.
If you're going to tell me that Brother Oleg is dead, it would not be the worst news that I have ever received in the past little while.
Brother Oleg.
Tragic.
His brother Oleg passed very, very quietly, peacefully in his sleep.
He was getting quite old.
Yes.
And particularly in his assignment, he was definitely in some of the worst parts of Ostrava. He never quite had enough for all of the people who needed help.
Yes, he was a very kind man. I did spend some time with him, a few months back. But he was very kind.
And now you're running around with the Tsarovich. How did that happen?
I cannot say why the goddess chose me, but the Archmatriarch was in seclusion for days. She fasted for nigh on a week before she came out of her chambers and told us that the decision of the 4 champions of Zhelaniye.
So, these 4 champions remind me, because, let's be fair, I haven't been a priest as long as you probably have. Are there other instances of these chosen people?
No, as far, but, I mean, it's not been, at least not the term used, chosen of Zhelaniye. There have been times where champions have been called upon to help save our empire and our world, but it's the first time that we have been specifically called the chosen of Zhelaniye.
What exactly are you chosen for?
All the Archmatriarch was able to tell us is that a darkness was brewing in the north, and that it was our job to put an end to it.
But how do you know the Archmatriarch, seeing as how she never descends from her ivory towers?
You have a very different opinion of the Archmatriarch than I do. She is quite commonly out amongst the people. At least, she's there and giving as much aid as she possibly can.
The people wearing the fine clothes, or the people covered in dirt?
People, everyone, all children of Zhelaniye have been blessed by the Archmatriarch in the time that I've known her. She actually is the one who recruited me to the priesthood. I know that many people, particularly out in the outer reaches of the Empire, don't have a high opinion of the Church, but I assure you that one does not speak for everyone. Just because one priest may not uphold the standards that you seek does not mean that we all are like that. The Archmatriarch is a very kind-hearted woman, but she is only one woman. It is up to us, as servants and children of the dragon goddess, to be her hands and her eyes and her ears in the parts of the world where her influence may not reach.
If you're implying that Brother Oleg did not uphold the standards, I'll have you know he was one of the greatest men that I ever knew.
I was not implying that in the slightest. Brother Oleg was a very, very good man. I was just informing you that I think your opinion of the Archmatriarch is perhaps a little bit harsher than it should be.
Well, next time that she travels into the slums of Ostrava, someone come and teleport me from whatever side of the continent I happen to be on at the time.
She is your superior. I would not speak as ill about her as you are. It's not
I
becoming.
said nothing ill about her.
Your tone makes it quite obvious of your thoughts on her.
Yes, forgive me for only having been a priest for only a few years of my short life. I haven't quite bought into all of the fanaticism, only the doctrine.
I'm not a fanatic. I'm just like you. I just have a brighter view of the world than you do, perhaps.
And I have seen the deep and dark recesses.
I mean, to be fair, you haven't really seen much of anything. Ha ha ha.
And you see, I keep her around so she can make fun of my condition.
Arkady's going to look over at you at this point. Well, tell me, how does a blind man become a priest?
The same way that a seeing man becomes a priest, Your Highness.
I've never heard of a blind priest. I find it quite fascinating.
Can't hear that a lot, sir.
Tell me.
It's like I have told my lovely companion, and I'm gonna look kind of like vaguely in the direction of Vidian and be like the shining star at this table, from what I've been told. That I tell her often that you rely on your other senses, and I must be touched by the dragon herself to be able to make up for my lacking sense.
Ah, I see. Well, I assure you that I assure you that when I ascend to the throne, I'll do my best to make sure that all are treated equally, and that we will. I see the suffering of our people in Ostrava, particularly the poor, but there is only so much that we can do with our limited resources to lift them up. In the end, it's but I swear to you that since it seems to be so important to you, that I will do my best to help these people. It's to think that they live in the greatest empire in the world, and that we still have people who suffer. It's not right.
Highness, you are very kind, but you are just one man, even if you may someday take your place due to your birth. But this may be a strange question, but how is the Tsar? You see, I have had many negative experiences with the nobility where I live, and if you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate if you told me more about him than just the fact that his name's Alexei Alkaev.
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Corbett, as you've spent time with my father as well, but I would say that the Tsar is a good man. He cares very much for his people, but of course he's limited in what he can do in such a vast empire. He has, but he's been recently taking care of my mother. My mother's very ill, so that's taken up a lot of his time, just making sure that she is comfortable.
And who is acting in his stead, you or the Tsarina Dowager?
He still performs, and he still performs in his duties as much as he can. It just means that he's not able to go spend out as much time amongst his people as he would like, as he can't travel too far from Ostrava.
Was he a good father?
The best I could have asked for. He taught me everything I know. He would train with me. He would teach me. I'm a very, very lucky man to have the Tsar as my father.
I'm just kind of watching Artyom out of the corner of my eye.
It's just like, Tears.
Did you know your father?
Yes.
And was he a good man?
Distantly. I don't know. So I've been told.
Did he pass before you were old enough to remember him, really?
His duties called him away. And he never came back.
Oh, that doesn't sound like a good father at all. Maybe if, family is one of the highest duties that one can have.
Well, supposedly duty to the Empire is far more important than myself and my dead mother.
I would disagree. I would say I would expect a man to take care of his family first before he helps the Empire. I have many hands, many people who can do the tasks, but that are needed to maintain the Empire.
He left to fulfill what he was born to do, and I don't know if he just forgot or if he was never allowed to return, but he wasn't there to protect my mother when she was murdered.
Was the criminal who
He
ever
never came finding me.
was the criminal who murdered your mother? Were they ever apprehended?
They're untouchable.
No one's untouchable when you're the Tsarovich. What was your father's name? Perhaps I can find him and help you be reunited.
Oh, interestingly enough, your father and my father share the same name. Alexei.
And your last name?
Sokolov, but I chose that for myself.
Well,
I chose to take my mother's last name.
I will hunt down every Alexei that works for the Empire, and I will have him answer. And, a man should take care of his family. Should be their primary duty.
Well, from what little I've heard, he has. The family that he made afterwards. Please, don't. You are a great and noble Tsarovich, but you can't take on the issues of every little person.
No, but I can
that
help.
comes your way.
I can help who I can. I believe that Zhelaniye has placed you in my path for a reason. And I believe that we are all here for a purpose, and so I would see it would greatly, shame me if I was not able to help.
Well, we'll see. I will see what you can do, Your Highness. But for now, tell me, those mighty wings that you wore, what do they represent?
Not heard of the order of the Winged Knights? The Winged Ones? The Paladins of Zhelaniye?
You'll have to forgive me. I was very busy with other things than learning elite military squads.
Well, I mean, it's...
I'm also sure that our friend Drith there near the end of the table would love to hear. He is not from around here, not familiar with the glorious things of the Empire.
Certainly. Well, the Winged Ones are Zhelaniye's mighty warriors. We are paladins sworn to her service, and we've taken oaths to fight her enemies. It's tradition amongst the Alkaevan dynasty to train as a Winged One for a period of our time before we ascend to the throne, or other such things dependent upon whether you're elected or not. But those wings are a symbol of our order, so that way, when we descend upon the battlefield, all may see the wings, the feathered wings, much like Zhelaniye's own wings, and that they may know that her chosen have arrived.
And have you had any dragon touched?
Oh, we've had many dragon touched throughout our history. It's actually a common thing amongst dragon touched to choose to join our order. But
Do they ride in with these metal and wooden wings, or do they ride in with their own?
sometimes both.
And do they all hail from nobility, or what about the rare ones born to the common folk?
It's actually quite common that some of my greatest comrades have been commoners. We recently fought off a Norsean raid, curse them, with a group of people, and the bravest one was a man named Leonid. He was a commoner, much like yourself. He was not dragon touched, of course, but he was a commoner who chose to serve the ranks and worked his way up. It's not easy, of course, for a commoner to become a winged one. They truly have to prove themselves. But he was the greatest fighter that I've ever met.
What? Have you ever had any dragon touched who haven't gone to the monastery?
Of course not. Dragon touched are chosen, special beings of Zhelaniye. They must be, the church must guide them and teach them and help them. And Corvette, tell us about it. You're dragon touched. How was your time in the monastery?
But wait, one moment, please, Corvette. What if life chose a different path for them? Or what if they decided that they didn't want to go?
Their path has been chosen by Zhelaniye. They are dragon touched. Zhelaniye has chosen their path for them. Well, Corvette, he seems to have many questions about the dragon touched. Perhaps you can enlighten him. You are dragon touched yourself.
But Corvette, what would happen if you found one that they were born in a remote village that maybe didn't have a priest at the time? Or perhaps they grew up on the streets and had long, shaggy, dirty hair and nobody ever saw their eyes.
I mean, generally speaking, typically in our history, when a dragon touched is found, even among the commoners, because they are blessed of Zhelaniye and chosen of her, their family is elevated to nobility status. But that's been the tradition. And it's quite possible that that's not been for... And I look at Arky as I'm saying this. It's quite possible that there has been dragon touched that no one's known about.
Preposterous. Zhelaniye knows all her children, knows all the dragon touched. Surely she wouldn't let.
She would know. But us, mortals?
Surely she would tell the matriarch, the archmatriarch. Would tell her.
Sure that the dragon touched would, that the dragon goddess would make sure that her children were guided to an appropriate teacher, if when the time was necessary.
I'd agree with that. An appropriate teacher.
And because of the blindfold and the beard, you have to be looking pretty closely, but it's just continuous streams of tears coming out from underneath the blindfold.
Okay. So it's at this point that dessert is brought out. And dessert is a fruit tart with sweet cream. And then there is, after that, a traditional cheese course. Is there anyone else that has any other conversations that they want to have here at this dinner table? Anyone they want to talk to?
Corvette would just ask Arkady again, just about how he was chosen, kind of that experience. Like, again, what is the whole purpose? Why now? And kind of just like, why did they choose him?
Only Zhelaniye can answer why I was chosen. I mean, I can't. I can only imagine that my birth and my blood had a bit to do with it, but no, it was Zhelaniye who who chose me. I would say that it's not like, despite my birth and my blood, I have trained hard to be where I am. I have worked hard to, hone my martial prowess and become the servant of the light that I have become. I can only imagine that she's chosen us because she feels that we are best equipped to handle the situation that is coming. We think that Podara is only the tip of the iceberg. We've heard of strange magic users in purple robes and silver masks that have been seen with her. We think that these people might be the true culprits behind all that. The troubles of that Podara is causing, and we fear that they may be causing troubles elsewhere in the Empire.
Fascinating. Tell me, Your Highness, where did you first hear of these silver masked, purple robed people? Are they flying, one-eyed, one-eared, flying purple people eaters?
No, our scouts. When we first heard of Podara, we of course sent scouts out to determine what kind of threat she would be, and that's when we became aware of their presence.
Well, if I may be so bold, we actually do have a local expert that perhaps could assist you and us in our efforts to bring down righteous judgment and smite the wicked.
A local
expert. Largely been at the end of the table, largely ignored. Actually, we have two experts. Right here is Piotr, mighty diplomat and super sneaky assassin of destroying Norsayan raids. And then actually at the end of the table is Kadiak, who is quite familiar with the Norsayan traditions and the Uridine path that they claim to walk.
Well, I mean, I'd be happy to meet with them, learn more about them. We also hear that you brought a Norsayan prisoner with you, one who claims to have information for that could help us defeat Podara.
I mean, as long as Anya hasn't killed her yet, yes.
No, she is claimed to have information about the structure of this Podara's forces, her command. She says she is useful. We'll see whether she is.
Then we must. Then we will have to speak with her when we can. We are planning for. We're hoping that we can we can have a preemptive strike before she strikes at us. Nip this in the bud before it gets too dangerous.
Now, was that the plan of yours, or was that the plan of Antovin's?
Antovin actually was the one who suggested the plan. He's
a very smart person.
Yes.
Really good idea.
I've been very impressed. If only he wasn't committed to serving here in Norgarn for the rest of his days as Idina's husband, I would recruit him myself to come serve in the Imperial Guard.
Is Antovin still
yeah,
sweating in his nervousness?
He's very specifically avoiding looking at Zhelaniye.
It's been many years since I have seen you, Antovin. I'm very pleased to see what you have made of yourself. You have found a good position and good place for you.
Yes, it's been many years. I was very saddened to hear of your death. I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
But she's not dead.
And so I am grateful and it's great that we are able to be reunited.
Yes. We are grateful to have met her.
And I mean, someday I will die, so we'll just don't get used to it that I'm alive, because eventually, you'll be ready when it does happen.
If I could give you a weird look through my blindfold.
It is a joke.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry. I am not used to making my voice change the way a joke needs to happen. I'm being trained.
Ask Drith. Drith is very good at that. unintentionally.
All right. Well, is there anything else that you all wish to talk about at this dinner? Okay. So with that, the dinner wraps up, and we're going to take our 10-minute break. We're going to take a 10-minute break since it is a longer session than normal. So stick around. We'll be back, and we'll see where things go from here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Ready to Roll. So the party is wrapping up. The servants are coming out, cleaning dishes and stuff, and you're all kind of just like doing the awkward sitting and standing and like chatting as you're all getting ready to go back to your, go back to the barracks for the evening. Yeah.
I'm gonna say good night to Idina.
She's just going
It's
to
very wonderful to see you.
shoot you a glare. Good night, Zhelaniye.
And turn around, just like, and then walk out. Artyom, do you need me to help you again?
Yes, I'd be happy to escort you out of the dining hall. Thank you very much.
Kadiak will lean down to Fezzik as opposed to over. It looks like now it would not be the proper time for a bout. However, tomorrow when we train, I would love to spar.
Aye, I think we can do that. Well, have you warned? I'm not gonna go easy on you, dwarf.
I would hope not.
All right. So as you're getting ready to leave, Tsarovich Arkadi comes up to you and he claps a hand on his shoulder. Don't be a stranger. Come visit us in Ostrava. Particularly, I'll make sure to, it's the best way to get in contact with you since you seem to be traveling, jaunting all across the Empire these days. I need to let you know when the wedding's going to be.
That's a good point. I don't know. Do you have an idea, a timetable right now?
I mean, if it would, by sea, it would only take us 2 or 3 weeks to return back to Ostrava. I would imagine that hopefully within a month or two, you can somehow find a way to find a way to make it to Ostrava by that point.
Love to. Let's get through what we're doing up here and then have a wedding to go to. You're marrying my sister. That's
yes.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right.
One last question, Arky. And I look around, is it just us two?
Yeah, it's mostly. I mean, there's a few servants around.
They're not really close by.
Yeah.
So, you've always told me you've wanted a sibling. And that conversation kind of came up tonight. What would you do if you had one? Because it does make, you becoming Tsar a little more complicated.
I mean, if I had one, I'd love him like a brother, like I'm supposed to.
Or sister, right? I mean,
or sister,
sibling, right?
Or whoever it may be, but not brother. That's what I'd really like. Not even a little brother. Actually, an older brother would be nice. Someone who could watch out for me, because I know that I'm not always the wisest of people. Someone who could watch out for me and keep an eye out.
And I'm just a little too busy to do that for you anyway, so
well,
I can always be there.
Yeah, so you'll be my brother-in-law. Maybe that's as close as I'll get.
Who knows, right?
Yes, who truly knows? Only the goddess.
In Corvitt's mind, the thought just went through his head, I am going to be related to Artyom. Oh boy. So he's just like, yes, it'll be interesting. It'll be fun. I hope.
Yep.
Anywho, again, thank you so much, and let us know. We're here to help in what way we can, and finding out what's going on with Podara, and we share a common investment and interest in stopping her. So
I certainly hope so.
Be there to help you.
Of course, I think we're going to gather for a strategy meeting tomorrow. I would appreciate if you and your companions would arrive. Should be shortly after lunch.
Absolutely. We'll be there.
Excellent.
Thank you. Give him a pat on the shoulder back and then follow the others.
He pulls you into a very brotherly, manly hug.
It's like, all right. Give him another big pat on the back. So good to see you, Arky.
It's good to see you too.
While walking back to the barracks with Artyom, I'm going to just lean over and quietly say, "You walk very close to the edge. Hidden Ein," which is Celestial for blind man.
Yes, well, he literally told me that there was no reason for my mother to die. Apparently, when commoners have dragon-touched children, they're elevated. My mother was put into the ground.
That's not the only thing you are, though. Think of what the shame of admitting that your son was unfaithful, was running around, shirking his duties, pretending to be someone else. Having to admit that to the entire empire, I can understand why someone would act the way that she did.
Yes, well, the Tsar didn't get married until shortly after I was born. Very, very rapidly after he got married was when Arkady was born. So he might have been a wedding night baby.
Great. They start running around, pretending to be someone else, fooling around with commoners. Not something some like to show off.
Yeah, I know. I've seen plenty of nobles wander out of places they'd rather not be seen at. But that wasn't my mother.
Yes, but just be careful. Arkady might be a bit of a adorable idiot, but there's other people at the table who are a bit more keen of mind, have very sharp ears, and are the worst schemers you will ever meet. I really hope that you didn't say more than was due, and that you didn't stray into somewhere more dangerous.
If you're worried about the other young lady at the table, don't worry. You make her look like a peasant, and I don't think she's as smart as you think she is.
You don't know her the way I do.
I know bullies.
She wants to ruin someone's life, she will do it.
Well, according to everything Arkady was saying, all we have to do is ask him to take care of it.
Yeah, sure. Just wait until he has to actually deal with the politics of the different families and nobility. It becomes a little bit more murky.
You see, there's a very simple solution to that. Guillotine.
Okay.
I appreciate your concern. And maybe I said a little too much. And maybe I was hoping that he'd put two and two together.
You want him to find out?
I don't know. I don't know if I want him to find out, or if I want to have him to apologize for what happened, or if I want him to... I don't know. I don't know if I want to throw open the doors at his election and say, "Ha! Joke's on you. I'm in the running now."
Are you not happy with where you are?
No. I'm happy with who I'm with. But ever since what Corvette told me, all I can think about is I could change everything that I hate by winning this seat, and then my word becomes law.
But you could just as easily get cornered in your bedroom and killed. People don't want the status quo to change.
Well, then I would need someone used to dark corners and wicked people to be there to help me.
Are you seriously considering this?
I don't know.
Kind of look around, see who's around. Please be careful.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. I'd have to somehow convince all of the boyars that, poster boy for anything and everything that is the glory of the Empire to blind, scruffy priest. I know who I would pick, and I could technically try for it.
I'm sure there are plenty of them who would jump ship if it meant they could get more power. Promises have weight. No, I'm not. I can't. I'm not going to advise you to do something so stupid like that.
You don't want to run and do stupid things with me. We all have been running around doing stupid things together.
I don't want you to die. You said you would help me. I can't do it by myself.
I'm not gonna die. We're far too important to die. And besides, I couldn't keep my promise to you if I died.
Okay, let's stay alive. Don't do anything too stupid.
And I care about you too.
Where is everybody?
I don't know. They somehow plot appropriately vanished for this little conversation.
Yeah, so
Gonna find everybody again.
that's the question: is where are you guys? Where have you gone? What is everyone else doing?
Drith is headed back to the bath because he was sweating all during the meeting because he was so nervous. He didn't say anything and he ate very little, so he's probably gonna pass out again soon in the bath.
Can we please go rescue him before he faints in the hot tub?
You are.
Yeah,
Someone
carry
can
on
rescue him. Okay.
And he will have snuck some food out as well, because he would have noticed that Drith was not eating much.
Also, his pants cut off circulation to his lower body.
He's just walking pins and needles the whole way.
You can just hear him squeaking away down to the bath.
Okay. All right.
Maybe that's where we should meet up so we can, I don't know, if we need to talk about things. If we're just going to go to bed.
Piotr, what are you up to?
Piotr is finding a quiet nook. He wasn't doing much else, and he took, kind of got comfortable or whatever, however comfortable one can get on a stone windowsill or wherever the heck he found, and opens up Anya's journal, or no, sorry, Svetla's journal, and just starts reading from the beginning.
Okay. I need you to give me an investigation check.
Man.
1 second.
I'm all of a sudden very stressed again. Oh, jeez.
Patrick, give me your dice.
Look on the shelf literally in front of you. There's a bunch of dice on the shelf literally in front of you. I think this is the first roll we're actually making of the night.
This
think
is the
so.
first roll.
Wait, nope. I made a survival check earlier to make
Oh,
sure.
that's right.
That's right.
Hammock.
For a hammock.
23.
Oh, wow, very good. Okay, so I'm going to send you, I'm not going to read it to you. I'm going to let you read it yourself. I'm going to send you what you read, and you're going to need to read it, and then you're going to have to determine what you tell to people.
I love intrigue.
Nope. All right. I've just sent it to you. So these passages you're reading are throughout. These are the important passages through what you end up reading this night. It's not everything that's in the journal, as you'll have to keep reading and get more, but this is the important passage you get for this night. So while Piotr is reading that, I'm assuming that eventually you're all going to be finding your way back into the barracks in the evening, unless there's anything else anyone wants to do beforehand.
Now Corbett makes his way there. He makes a pit stop. At probably there is like a monastery here or a temple or something.
Yeah, there'd be a chapel on the grounds.
He doesn't go inside. He just stands outside for a few minutes thinking, and then makes his way back to the barracks.
So as you're standing outside and thinking, the familiar voice speaking to you, what are you doing here?
At the chapel or in Norgarn?
Oh, at the chapel. Those silly little feathery, jerks left you behind. What do you do? Why do you keep coming back here?
Thinking of what I've lost, what I found, and whether I made the correct decisions. Why do you care?
Because I want to make sure you're committed to this path that we're on. I'm helping you.
Well,
you've got to help me, and if you are having second thoughts, I can't give you my power. And
what exactly is it that you want from me?
I just feel it's been a while since we've had our little midnight chats. Maybe we should figure that I'd say hi. But you've been feeling it, haven't you? You've been growing stronger.
I mean, yeah, I've learned. I don't know. Some things just come to me now, or from you. Also, okay. What were you before a spear? Before Maeve turned you into a spear? That's what I want to know. Actually, there's a lot I want to know.
Is that really important? Do you really need to know?
That'd be nice. What did you do? What did you do to piss her off so much? That's my real question.
I never called her. We just I'm kidding. It's just no. I mean,
he is a spear after all.
But just I was a fae. I was a servant of Maeve, a very particularly favored servant, if I might say so myself. And she just decided one day. Yeah, she decided one day I needed to be a spear instead of a person.
So is the thing you want me to do is turn you back, beat her up?
We'll get there when we get there. We're not quite ready for that yet. I need to get a little bit stronger.
And I need you.
Yep. But I am getting stronger. If you can feel it. I'm capable of being a better weapon for you.
All right, well, I'm gonna need you soon, probably.
Yeah, you're gonna be fighting that Podara woman.
Anything you know about her or what the cult is up to up here?
Nope, I do know one thing, however. One thing that doesn't quite sit right with me. I don't remember the exact name, but that elder she's supposedly serving, I've never heard of him in my entire life.
The one that Podara is serving?
Mm-hmm. Never heard of him.
Hey. Are all the elders Fae?
Oh yeah, they're all a lot. I mean, that's what the Norsaeans have it in their head that for some reason they're gonna worship Fae. I mean, Fae were people who all they did was we helped create the curse of lycanthropy that the Norsaeans decided to worship. But you know, in all actuality, the Fae Lords really don't give two craps about the Norsaeans. They could care less. You know, the fact that Maeve is taking an interest in that Kadiak fella is really weird. It's not normal. Maeve has some other things up her sleeve.
Yeah.
But that's if Kadiak decides to go through with this whole thing in the end.
Do you know what she wants?
If I knew what she wanted, I definitely wouldn't be in here.
Have you ever talked to an angel, Bronislav?
No. Give me an
Can
insight
you?
check.
Wait.
I don't
Oh,
think it's
garbage.
around, man.
That's so bad. It's a 6.
Yeah,
Dang it.
you believe him as far as you can tell. Eladin is not lying.
Okay. Right. Well, anything else that you happen to know of Morpheus that
Just
point us where to go?
Just that he's been asleep for a very long time, and I don't particularly want him to wake up. If that guy wakes up, he's gonna wreak havoc on this world without Silhana awake to balance him.
At least you don't want him to wake up, so at least I can believe you with that. I can trust you with that.
Nah, don't want her.
All right. Good chat.
Yep, well, I'm always here if you need me, but I kind of gotta adjust to this new level of strength that I've got.
All right. Well, we'll see what you got.
Oh, and you should be very
Also-
excited.
Okay. Don't disappoint me.
I never disappoint, except Maeve.
I was gonna say, apparently Maeve was.
Oh, that's why I got it.
All right.
All right. Yep, I head back to the barrack after that.
Okay, all right. Anyone else have anything that they want to do with their evening?
Kadiak will just be doing some of his usual crafting stuff in his bunk near the door next to Corvette in his really survival hammock. And yeah, crafting will be a lot of wood carving and stone carving tonight, or stone etching rather than more than carving.
Okay, all right.
So
Someone else?
Corvette, you're the future brother-in-law of the future Tsar?
Apparently, I mean, I knew that he liked my sister, but I don't know, it just seems so fast. But yeah, I mean, couldn't be happier. They're both solid people.
Were they friends or together, or do you think this is just something your dad figured out?
My father would definitely love this, so he would push that as much as he could. But they do know each other. I mean, I visited Arky during the summers and a couple of them and hung out with them and just learned more about what he would do. My father and the church both supported kind of building that relationship, so he knew of my family, and so yeah, I'm sure they seem to like each other well enough, but kind of past few months have pushed that all from my mind, and now I'm gonna be related to Artyom.
How do you feel about that, Artyom?
That's
I
not so
mean,
bad.
There are definitely worse nobles I could be related to.
Ah, thanks.
Does it really count, though?
Nah,
In my book, it does.
our siblings marry each other, so okay, we're pretty close.
My sibling doesn't know I am his sibling.
Well, he would like to. I think.
Me feel like the idea of that is more thrilling to him than the actual reality of such things. Because of the things that he'd have to face and have to shatter his little gilded world.
Well, he needs someone to do it. As you know, as you've seen, he has a great heart. Not always. He doesn't consider every angle all the time, so.
Isn't that what you're for? All those summers running around causing havoc?
I guess it was only a few summers, but I did more havoc than I did advising or helping him grow, I think. But I mean, I told him he's got to find someone to help out, but it won't be me, probably.
Maybe your sister.
She's got a good head on her shoulders, so it could be her.
I don't think you've ever told us about your family. Is she your only sibling, or is she older than you? What is the...
No, she's my youngest sibling. She's, what is she now, 20? I think I missed her birthday. Oops. No, she's the youngest. I've got, there's 4 of us. I have an older sister, Tatiana, and then I have a younger brother, and then the youngest is Anya. Yeah, that's my family. The 4 of us.
Well,
And then, yeah, parents.
thrilling as family dynamics are, we have something important we need to share with everyone. But we need to not do it in the middle of a barracks.
I'm sure we could tell them to leave. We
Piotr.
outrank them by a lot.
Piotr is still absent, by the way. He hasn't come back because he's still doing his thing.
I'm gonna go up the ladder and just see what's up that.
So you head up the ladder, see what up there? It's a quiet battlement looking up out over the city. Oh, actually over the courtyard of the castle.
Should work. Is there, while I look around, is there
Find
any...
Piotr.
Wait, I don't want to stand on a battlement near Piotr.
Don't worry, you can fly, you'll be fine.
I can't.
You can move faster than he can, you'll be fine.
It's not a balcony. You should be fine.
Battlement, balcony,
Different letters.
Was it ever specified that it was a balcony? I thought
It
it was a
was.
window.
It was a balcony.
Well, as we wait for Piotr, once Corvette gets back down to where the rest of us are, I'm going to hand him a little bag, a wedding present for your sister when you see her next.
Okay, I was confused for a second. I was like, I'm not the one getting married. So,
And inside,
Isn't it his other eye?
no. Inside is the flower that Corvette had told Caddick about, being near his hometown, carved out of whitewood.
this is awesome. Thank you, Kadiak. I will... She's gonna love it.
You're welcome. I don't know what the style is in that part of the world, but it can be made into either a hairpin or a brooch or a necklace. Just put a hole where it needs to be. I'm sure that someone down there can do that without ruining it too much.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's awesome.
All right. So at this point, Piotr has returned, and you all head up to the battlement, not the balcony, the battlement.
Still sitting as far away from Piotr as we can, of course. No, just kidding. Not really.
What time is it?
It's getting pretty dark. Close to bedtime.
Piotr
Yeah,
just
the
grabs everyone by the ankles and just swings.
I'm
Is
still in my
anyone
fancy
around?
because I'm not gonna change clothes in front of like a whole bunch of dudes. So y'all can be in your PJs. I'm in a dress.
Patrick, is anyone around, or is it quiet?
It's pretty quiet. You're pretty sure this is a safe place to talk.
Well, upon this quiet balcony, there are two of us who, well, at least one of us, who frequently communes with angels, as you very well know. And one of the reasons that I'm so suspicious of the matriarch and everything is I know for a fact that they are not necessarily the champions of Zhelaniye. They might be the politically and religiously and, you know, all motivated, put together champions of Zhelaniye. But according to Saint Violin, we're all stuck together in this current situations because putting a stop to this whole Morpheus thing was decided for us since before we were born. We are joined together as one party and one friendship, one family, one fellowship, and whatever this group of 4 people is supposed to be doing is what we're supposed to be doing.
So, can we just go and tell them they've made a mistake?
No, that's not how that works.
Well, why don't you commune with your angel and your elder? Why don't you have them come down and tell them themselves?
The only reason that I get to frequently commune with a saint is because of my dragon touchedness. I don't really have anything blocking that channel except for Violent's fickle nature.
So couldn't
No evil weapons or anything.
you just, you know, invite Violin down for a chat and then make sure we're all in the same room?
Adiak, I'm fairly certain that you know that you don't just invite the elders down. It's not like inviting the your grandfather to for a cup of tea.
No, but in the case of someone apparently blaspheming against Zhelaniye and saying that they were chosen by her when you know for a fact that that isn't,
I
not
shouldn't
invite, but
I shouldn't say that I don't. I know for a fact that's not it. They could very well be being used for some other purpose, but I also sense a little bit of political intrigue behind this. But I mean, I wouldn't say it's blasphemy. I would say that it's these people doing what they think is best in the way that they are knowing how to do it.
okay.
And so sending a highly trained prince and priest and all these, you know, tiny barbarian and wizard. I don't know, I'd send some form of crazy death squadron too.
So do we go with them?
I think we keep doing what we're doing. I don't know. Corbett, have you heard anything from Bronislav recently?
You so pointed out I have an evil weapon blocking my my communication with him.
Adam did that.
Oh.
Adam didn't do it.
As you so did not point out, I have not heard tale nor word of anything from him as of late. Not since before Cordovan, but I can give it a shot. See if there's anything. He'll let me know.
You're all just so very accepting of this.
I am confused by what this actually means. What is the point of what you're saying?
That if we fail, the world is in trouble.
Good to know.
I mean, that was what it was anyway, wasn't it? At this point, we've had my elder, and apparently 2 of yours, all tell us to do this thing. And now you're
And my
telling
dad
us that...
said we're special.
Yes. So one of Drith's elders as well.
I
But-
mean, I guess
Now
in
you're
the-
saying that you're saying that we are destined for this. So is this reinforcing the fact that yes, we are on the right path,
Yeah,
but
that's
there are interlopers.
that's
Do-
what
do
I
we-
would. Sorry.
Do we need to take care of these chosen somehow and watch over them, or do we need to shuffle them off to some other duty, or...
I don't think there's anything that we need to do about them. One of the things that we learn is that you can make your own choices. So I guess what I'm really getting at is, like you said, we have affirmations that this is the thing we're supposed to be doing, but there's nothing that Violet has ever said to me that says that it's what you have to do. Whether it's accomplishable or not with less of us or more of us is probably entirely up to us. From what I understand is they're very... The forces at play are bound by very specific rules, which is why they can't just tell us, by the way, here's the site of the next ritual, go and stop it, because whatever they do, whatever agents they have or they lose, the other side has to balance it out. And so my only worry is that if these 4 have really been... Well, I guess if we take these 4 and we start running around with them, what 4 powerful people does the other side get to choose? Whereas if it just stays with us, there's those out there who are probably already our counterpoint.
Could that be them already?
These 4?
Yeah.
Not likely.
Okay, good.
So the Archmatriarch most likely is not a member of the Profane Guard.
I may not like the fact that I've never seen her step foot in the slums, but that doesn't mean she hasn't, for one, but also, no, I'm not. I am fairly certain she isn't. I feel like that would be something that would be driving our path more towards the Strava than out into the furthest reaches of the kingdom. Because that would be a big problem.
So, if we're the supposed real chosen, or whatever we want to call ourselves, or whatever we are, I was just thinking of why were they selected? I mean, who knows if maybe Morpheus could give a vision to the Archmatriarch or something. We don't know. But I was thinking, what would be the best sacrifice that they could do than Arkady himself, the son of the Tsar?
Or at least to cripple any resistance that they might encounter when they have to be more obvious.
That too. I also feel like this is another of those sacrifices, and I think we just need to watch him. Because I mean, didn't we come here to also defeat Podara to stop the Profane Guard from expending their influence in Norsay?
I guess then that's probably why we're here. It makes sense that these mighty important figures would be chosen and sent here at the same time that one of Morpheus's champions is here. So my guess is that we should prepare for battle and keep a close eye on these four, because if we lose them, then we probably lose again. And we've lost enough.
Now that you say it, Fezzik was pretty aggressive.
I don't think Fezzik's a bad guy. But I think Fezzik is also important to keep alive.
It might be difficult, but we'll see what we can do.
I have faith in you. You guys are like peas in a pod, only he's a slightly smaller pea.
I can guarantee you that we are not peas in a pod. But the fact remains that I agree. We should watch over these other four. If not to take them under our wing and give the enemy a chance to gain four, but at least to spare as much bloodshed as we can.
Then we are in agreement.
Oh, also, there's a strategy meeting tomorrow with Arkadi. We're invited after lunch. I'll tell you guys about it.
Good to know. I think we should bring the shaman in.
Yes, probably.
I'm sure there's something that Mordeviran magic can do to stop her from communicating with anyone.
I don't know. I don't think we have to worry about her too much. From what it sounds like, she doesn't agree with the way that Podara is walking your path.
I agree as well with your estimation of her.
Oh,
But you can't be too safe.
I mean, what is she going to do? Even if she could talk to them, she says, oh, they're coming to try and do something. She doesn't know our plans. She doesn't know anything about when we're going to do and what we're going to do. We don't even know those things. She has not been privy to those things.
No, but if we bring her to the strategy meeting tomorrow, she will be.
Well, then she gives her information and then we get her out of the room.
This is also fair.
that. Also, update from Eladin, guys. Podara has an elder, you were saying, Kadiak, or we found that out from the shaman? I forget. He, she, it is a fake. It's not a real elder. Eladin has never heard or been acquainted with said creature. So, whatever she's following is not something he's familiar with at all.
Kadak is going to be quite shaken at that and goes quiet before I must think on this. I'm unfortunately not a keeper of all of our stories, but I must rack my mind and see if I can find the name.
Actually, I think I might have some information on that.
Oh? Do you know a lot about the Fae?
No. You remember you gave me Svetla's journal. And, actually, just earlier today, I was reading an interesting tidbit in which our friend, and Kadiak, that's sarcasm. Our friend Podara was mentioned. in relation to these rituals and everything else.
Really?
So what did it say?
To be honest, and maybe my reading comprehension is slighter than I thought. It looks like 1 second. Ian is reading again to make sure that he just did not misread something. In any case, it's definitely expedient that we eliminate her.
Yes. So what does it say about anything about this apparently fake elder she's following?
Sacrifice?
Fake elder. I don't know that the entrance or the journal entries that I was reading around around that time were a little disjointed and cryptic. There was mention of a dragon cursed woman. Honestly, I'm not sure how everything ties together, but yes. I mean, I definitely want to. I mean, obviously, this was the journal of Anya's sister. I definitely want to have her read the things more in detail, and certainly if she feels it appropriate, perhaps to share the exact contents of the entries with you all as well.
Very well.
It's okay to share here. I would prefer it not be shared any further than here. I don't want the wider world to know what Svetla became.
You said you don't want the wider world to know?
No.
Okay.
I
then-
don't want... If you're thinking of sharing it in the strategy meeting tomorrow, I'd rather not the Tsar's son know that a member of the Katenkov house flipped.
Understood. Then in
We
that
need to
case,
share the information, then we need to say it's from someone else. That librarian we found in Berogorad or something like that.
Hmm.
a shiver runs down Piotr's spine at the at the recollection.
I, as much as this information is fascinating, it's getting later, and I just have this sense of foreboding that we're gonna need all of our strength.
Yes. Let's go to bed.
Yes, let's turn in.
How cold is it out here?
It's
Like,
pretty
could it
chilly.
Ah, shoot. I was thinking of maybe sleeping outside. Okay, never mind.
It's very cold. It's
I'll
very
sleep
north.
outside.
So,
Okay.
all right. You all head to bed for the evening. You are awoken in the middle of the night, however, to the sounds of like alarms and bells ringing throughout the city. You you dash out of bed, and one of the guards pokes his head in the room and says, "We're under attack! They attacked us in the middle of the night. Those Norsaean brutes have no honor. The boyar is requesting that all able-bodied men and women make their ways to the battlements as soon as possible.
Okay.
I knew it.
Okay.
Off we go.
Just right up that ladder, right?
Yeah.
Take a moment to put on my new breastplate. Heck yes, got that. Put on my shield. All right, I can take some hits now.
All right.
An unarmored person can help me throw on my chainmail.
Is it true? Could it possibly be real?
Maybe.
Ah,
Wow.
I see things. It's
I see
loading.
things. Okay, yeah. All right. It looks like it's working. Maybe, except I still am clearly not as. Yeah. Cool. Do I sound fine? Do I sound to you guys?
Waiting. We love all of you. You're our
sound
favorite.
Oh
good to
my
me,
god.
I sound good to you guys. Okay. Thank you for your help, Eric. Very much.
You guys are amazing.
Thank you very much for those of you who have stuck around. It looks like we actually didn't lose a single audience member. Thank you very much for
Oh my
sticking
goodness.
around. Aaron, thank you very much to Extraterrestrial for helping us out with that.
Let me get the music back. Oof.
Yeah. Hopefully
Thanks for sticking around,
Yeah,
guys.
thanks for sticking around. We love you all. Thank you. Hopefully it will stay good. Well, I wouldn't want to miss combat. Yep. All right. So where we left off, you guys are seeing the. Are you guys seeing the battle map again?
Yep.
Yes.
all right.
And it looks so much clearer now too. Oh.
Looks much clearer. Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Perfect. Oh my gosh, that was nerve-wracking. I was like, nah.
Freaking scary.
Anyway, we're back. So
We need to roll initiative.
we will need to roll initiative in just a second. So, first things first, you are rushing up towards the battlements. And as you rush up towards the battlements, you hear this sound. This better work. And you look to the sky. That should have sounded like a terrifying roar if it didn't to you
Yeah,
guys.
it
but
did.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
it did. I am suitably terrified.
So you-
my boots got chills. I was like, oh, no.
You look to the sky and you see descending a scaly white figure with feathery wings. It lands on the battlements before you. It's a little bit smaller than it should be. And oh no, spoiler alert that you guys all found earlier. It's a dragon.
Oh no.
It begins looking around. On the walls land these 3 rocks. I'll scream so you can see these 3 rocks. And next to this rock right here pops out, the 2 things popped out. They're very insect-like in appearance, very strange. They have these weird blade spikes on the top of their bodies. And with that, I will now have everyone roll initiative.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Dang, it was almost so good.
Good to know though. Dragons in Inara have feathery wings. I didn't
Some
know
do,
that.
some don't.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thankfully
Also-
because. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, there's only 5 of us on the battle map. I think there's supposed to be 6.
Oh, Piotr didn't end up on there.
He's
He's
so
a
right
traitor.
about
Just sitting in the barracks still, just chilling.
There he is. He's
Hey,
there.
where'd everybody go?
All right, cool. Let's see. All right, Zhelaniye, what did you roll?
15.
Perfect. Artyom.
Also 15.
Okay, Zhelaniye and Artyom. Who wants to go first?
Me. I'm faster than you.
Okay.
Fine.
Corvette.
Are you?
9.
Piotr.
18.
You're lucky I can hear you in my closet. Kadiak.
Thanks to my level 7 and advantage on initiatives, that 20.
Nice.
Oh.
All right, Drith.
6.
Okay, all right.
Deny the slow boys today.
So that means Kadiak is first, followed by Piotr, followed by Dragon, followed by Zhelaniye, followed by Artyom, followed by Corvette, followed by Drith, and followed by the mystery creatures. All right, so Kadiak, you're
Right.
first up with Piotr on deck.
Get me up the stairs. How much does that see? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Okay, and then bonus action, move me half my movement because I'm raging. That should bring me close enough to hit the dragon.
Yep.
Oh, you can move with your rage now too. That's awesome.
Yep. Feral Pounce. And I'm going to hit it with my maul twice. My magic silvered maul. Not magic, just my silvered maul. First attack is a 9, so I'm assuming that misses.
That would definitely miss.
And second attack is 17.
Okay. That will hit.
Great.
Oh, that's good.
So that's 12 silver bludgeoning, plus another 4, so 16 silver to bludgeoning damage.
Okay. All right, Piotr, you are up with the dragon on deck.
1 second. I was memeing for like 45 seconds in my head.
So I can
Dang it,
hear
I
you,
keep
but you're
forgetting
mute.
to myself. I was memeing for like 45 seconds in my head. I am going to cast Vicious Mockery out the gate.
On the dragon?
No, actually on Anya, just because. Just kidding.
All right, well, the dragon's going to roll his wisdom saving throw. What's your DC?
Dude, it is 14.
Tell me how you mocked this dragon, because the dragon failed.
Oh, you big oaf. What are you doing on this wall with all these feckless fools to whom you have apparently pledged loyalty, or maybe they've pledged loyalty to you? Either way, you aren't going to serve anything mutually to... I'm going to stop.
All right. Okay, so roll your
The
damage.
echo tonight made that so much better.
Your vicious mockery should be just a D4, yeah.
Aye, 2 damage.
It might actually be 2D4.
Oh, it might be 2D4 now because you're level up. Yeah, just roll another D4. I think it is.
3 it is.
All right. So the dragon kind of like flinches back as you mock it, and you can see that it's perturbed at the insults. It then looks at Kadiak and will make its multi-attack, starting with a bite on Kadiak.
But it has disadvantage.
It has disadvantage, so that will cause it to miss that attack. It kind of just, spites over it, but, it swipes at Kadiak with its mouth, and Kadiak is able to nimbly dodge out of the way. However, its claws are incoming. What's your AC, Kadiak, again? Kadiak?
16? 16 AC.
Okay, so that claw will hit you for buku bucks of damage. That's going to be 13. This isn't halved already, so that's... That is 17 points of piercing damage, so you need to have that, and then it's hitting you for 8 points of cold damage. No, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. That was the wrong. I was rolling for the bite. I apologize. Let me re-roll for the claw. Okay, that's...
I'll try to do math then.
It's okay. Kadiak has 400 hit points.
That's 11 points of slashing damage. Just 5 points of slashing damage since you have it. The next claw is coming in at your head. Or at your body, since you're small enough that the dragon probably just swipes at you in general, but that attack will miss. Alright.
So 5 damage?
Yep, 5 damage. Zhelaniye, it is your turn with Artyom on deck.
Oh wait, I thought Corvette was ahead of me.
No.
Oh, I'm looking at a different initiative order on the stream. Sorry.
You're looking at a different initiative order? Is it really different?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Nope.
Yeah.
That is
I am
correct.
Anyway, how far can I get with 40 feet of movement?
There we go.
40 feet away.
Should be correct now.
Yeah.
You can get, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. I'll action dash to get up to it and get around the back of it if I can to flank.
Okay.
And then I'm going to action surge so that I can attack it 3 times with advantage.
Roll to hit.
Oh, jeez. 13, 19, and 17.
Okay, the last 2 attacks hit.
Okay. Oh, rolled really well for damage though. That's 19 total silvered slashing damage.
All right. Okay. Artyom, it is your turn with Corvette on deck.
Beep. All right, move me within range, for I have no fear.
That's as far as you can get.
Wee wee. Okay. Well, I am going to cast Bestow. Oh, piss! I'm not close enough. All right, I'm gonna cast Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dying? Toll
Nope,
the Dead?
it's called Toll the Dead.
Okay. What's your AC? I mean, DC?
It is very high. 5. It's
5.
16. I had to do the math.
It succeeded.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Okay. All right. Corvette, it's your turn with Drith on deck.
All right. Let's see. How far am I away? Okay. How tall are these walls, by the way?
You would have to go down here and then up.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how tall are the walls?
Like 30 feet.
Okay. Okay. In that case, nope. That's nope. Seeing that there's a freaking dragon and creepy monsters, Corbett's like, well, let's bust these out. Radiant Soul pops out the wings, and flies up and over towards the top of the stairs, if possible, as high as he can get over there.
Okay.
So, and then that's his action, and then as a bonus action on the dragon, he is going to cast Hexblade's Curse. So the dragon is now cursed.
All right.
And that's my turn.
All right. Now, Drith, it is your turn with these mystery monsters on deck.
Okay, Drith is also going to run up the stairs just as fast as his glorious leather-clad legs will carry him. And he is going to whip out the staff that his daddy gave him. And we're going to say that he has the fire element lit up.
Okay.
And he's going to use the one charge to cast Scorching Ray. at the dragon.
All right, roll your attacks.
All right. So my... Oh, come on. Okay, so I got a dirty 20,
Okay, that will hit.
a 14, and a 15.
Okay, only the 20 will hit. The dragon kind of like flaps its wings and causes the other 2 rays to miss.
Okay. So it hits for 11 damage.
All right. Okay. So these mystery beasts are going to move. And that will be their turn. It is now the turn of back to the top of the round with Kadiak and Piotr on deck.
Great. Well, I am going to use my flanking with Zhelaniye to attack the dragon twice with advantage.
Okay, roll to hit.
Okay, first one is 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
Second one is 23 to hit.
Okay, that will also hit.
I would hope so. So, first attack does what's that? 12 silver bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Second attack does 14 silver bludgeoning damage.
All right. Okay. Piotr, it's your turn with the dragon on deck.
Okay, if I'm counting correctly, there are a total of 3 enemies.
Yes.
I bet I'm gonna cast Bane.
Okay, to cast Bane, I'm going to say you need to move a little bit forward so you can actually see them because they're all on top of a wall right there.
Fine, I guess I will break from custom and move.
Okay. I will still not let you cast Bane from there, though. I would say you can't see them over that wall yet.
Wait, where?
You can see the dragon, but you can't see the other 2 guys.
Okay.
Anything else you want to do with your
I
turn?
will. Like the spell failed, or
No, I mean you can cast it if you want. You just would only be able to target. You'd only be able to target the dragon.
Gotcha. For now,
For
I
now.
am going to viciously mock the dragon again.
Okay. Dragon fails again. Tell me how you viciously mock this dragon.
I see that you were too scared to deal with us little morsels alone and had to call in your whatever those mystery soup things are. Well, it's not gonna work. Take this, you what's the word I'm looking for? Inept fool. That's not the word I'm looking for, but that'll work for now.
Okay, roll your damage.
Impotent. 6 damage.
All right. Okay, it's now the dragon's turn. The dragon is going to back up a bit and then fly into the air and pull its head back and launch a cone of cold that should, yep, with it being in the air, will hit everyone except Zhelaniye.
Going to cast.
You can't cast
Cutting
counterspell. Oh, cutting words?
Cutting
You can't cast cutting words because it doesn't. It's not an
Because
attack.
It's not a roll.
It's a saving throw. So I need you guys to all give me DC 15 Constitution saving throws, with the exception of Zhelaniye.
So good. I don't like being cold. I
No.
hate the cold. Hate it.
Got 13. I failed.
25.
Oh, you could, give some of that over here, please.
Okay.
Nat 20.
All right.
I'm in danger.
What'd you get?
9.
Okay. RTM.
Ooh.
A nat 1? Oof.
Oh.
Sorry, I have so many screens up that I don't have Discord right in front of me
Yeah.
all the time, so I need you to vocalize your rolls and stuff.
One.
Okay. All right. If you failed your saving throw, you take 49 points of cold damage. If you succeeded, you take half of that, so you would take 24 is what we will say.
And then I take half that again.
You don't. Do you take half of cold damage?
I have resistance to all damage except psychic.
Wait, you said 49, right? Like 49?
49, yep.
Huh. Okay. That changes everything.
Okay. All right. It is now the turn of Zhelaniye with Artyom on deck.
Okay, I'm gonna keep swinging.
All right, roll to hit.
I don't think any of my battle maneuvers let me do anything right now. All right, 3 more with advantage. That's a nat 20.
Very nice.
That's a dirty 20. And that's another nat 20.
All right. You all hit with two critical hits.
Okay, so the damage for the first one. Oh my gosh, I love these dice. They're just D6s, but I love them so much. That is 15. And then the non-crit is... Oh, wait, hang on. No, that's the other crit. And then 11. And then 10.
Wait, pause. The video's frozen.
I mean, wait, can you still hear?
Yeah, we can still.
If you still hear, just please keep talking. I
Yeah.
can fix
Yeah,
I can
that's-
fix the
that-
video momentarily. Just please keep talking.
Yeah.
Right, nobody told me we
so
couldn't
in
hear.
total with 15 and then 11 and 10, 21, 36 total damage.
Okay. It is still standing.
I mean, I'm sure it doesn't look that bad if it dealt 49 freaking damage.
Artyom,
That's all I got.
it is your turn.
All right, my friends, this probably isn't gonna work, but I am going to charge up to the dragon, and I'm going to just begin to glow with holy radiant light, and I am going to attempt to cast banishment.
Yes, I freaking love banishment. Oh my
I attempt to send one creature that you can see within range to another plane of existence. The target must succeed on a charisma saving throw or be banished. If the target is native to the plane of existence you're on, you banish the target to harmless demi-plane. While there, the target is incapacitated. It remains there until the spell ends, at which point it reappears. If it's native to a different plane of existence, which, you know, that doesn't matter because it's native to here.
What's your DC?
You already did this math. It's 16.
I have to ask. I ask a lot of these questions. You just ask a lot. I got an 18.
Yeah.
You kind of watch as it shimmers briefly and then maintains its stable form. And it is now the turn of Corvette with Drith on deck.
Okay, feeling very cold. Corvette flies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably like 20 feet to the left, just straight, keeping distance. And then from there is going to cast Eldritch Blast with two beams.
All right, roll to hit.
And remember, it's cursed, whatever that means.
I know, yes. So if I get a 19 or 20, it's a crit. So.
All right. And then when you have done that, I need you to roll me a d100.
Okay. I got 17. Oh wait, no, 17 plus. Above 20 for the first one. Okay, so I got a above 20. 25 for the first one and a dirty 20 for the second.
Okay, that'll hit.
Okay, so do you want me to do the damage first before I roll the d?
Do the damage first.
Okay. Where's here we are. So this first one does 6 plus 5 is 11 plus the... Sorry, I gotta just see how much damage I do for these. Plus 3 damage, so I do 14 damage of force damage to it, plus the Radiant Soul, 7 radiant damage on top of that first one, so that's 21 total damage. And then the second one, 7 plus 5 is 12 damage. Oh, 12 plus 3, so 15 force damage.
Okay.
So
it's still up, but it's looking pretty bad.
Oh, that's good. D100.
Yep.
So I do that plus 60. Is that a 6? Yeah. 67.
So you
oh no.
Kind of feel yourself like dip down a bit before you catch yourself. Everyone who can see Corvette sees that his wings temporarily disappeared. And his eyes actually were blue instead of yellow.
Oh, dang.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. It is now Drith's turn with the mystery beasts on deck.
So Drith is going to call lightning down on. So first he's gonna hop up and kind of get to where, like, a little bit behind where Artyom is, and then he's gonna look up at the dragon, summon a storm like directly above him, since it's like 60 feet like radius, so that it's able to strike the dragon.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, the dragon has to make a DC 14 dex save.
Okay, the dragon got a 19.
Okay, that is no matter, because it's still gonna take a total of 10 damage.
Okay. All right. It is now the monster's turn. This monster is going to attack Drith.
Rats.
It starts its multi-attack. First is its blades on its back. What's your AC?
17.
Okay, that will hit. That hits you for... It hits you for 7 points of piercing damage.
Perfect.
It then will make a bite attack against Drith. That will also hit.
Okay.
I can hear you talking, Ian, but the stream can't.
Sorry. I said that I was I was going to say that I was going to cast Cutting Words, but technically I need to declare that before I know the result of the attack.
That's fine. You can declare it now. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And then, like, in this one time.
I... 11.
11. Okay. It misses. Next one is going to come up and also attack Drith. First with its blades, and that will miss. Next one will attack with its bite and hit with its bite for 8 points of piercing damage.
How many?
8.
Drith is down.
Alright, so you watch as the two beasts swarm over Drith and bring him down to the ground. And that brings us to the top of the round with Kadiak with a Piotr on deck.
Okay, I'm going to attack the dragon once with my maul. Okay. And then I'm going to hit one of the other guys.
Okay, so roll to hit the dragon.
Then the dragon will get advantage on, because I'm...
Yes.
I get... Yeah. And then the other guy gets 13 to hit as well.
Okay, 13 will not hit either of them.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
But that's all I got.
Okay. Piotr, it's your turn with the dragon on deck. Push to talkie.
Sorry, I couldn't see the stream for some dumb reason. I.e. because I hadn't clicked on it. Okay, I am going to... Oh, dude, they lined themselves up for me. I'm gonna cast Bane.
Okay. Remind me how Bane works.
I believe it's a saving throw, but I've been looking at like 5 million spells, so let me double check.
They make charisma saving throws. All right. Start with the dragon. Dragon got a nat 20.
Stupid dragon.
Beastie number 1 failed, and mystery beast number 2 also failed. So the 2 beasts failed, so they'll have to roll the Bane dice when they try to hit stuff, but the dragon is fine.
That's a D4.
Speaking of the dragon's going to move off in the direction of Corvette. That will provoke attack. It is going to provoke attack of opportunity from Zhelaniye.
Take it down.
Do I have advantage or no?
You
Yes.
would, I think.
Yes, you have advantage.
Oh my gosh, it's another 20.
Oh my gosh.
Freaking Little Miss Fodder. It's the same die every time.
Come on.
All 3 times. Oh!
Take it down. I
Do it.
not.
14 slashing damage.
Okay. It's looking pretty bad, but it's not down yet. It's going to make its bite attack against Corvette.
No.
That's a nat 20, Corvette.
All right, I'm down. I am
Oh, it's
possibly out. How
it's-
is it? It's how much hit points I have left, right?
Yeah, it's your it's if it does damage into the negative of your total hit point total.
Oh,
So you
well,
you won't be dead, but
I won't be dead.
Oh no, it does get a roll 40-10, so
No, I'm still fine. I won't die.
Okay.
I won't instantly die.
well that is going to be 23 points of plus whatever my cold. So it is 23 points of slashing damage plus the
Actually,
1d8,
I'm curious.
the 5 points
wow.
of cold damage.
So what was the first one? Is 20? I'm just down.
Sorry,
That's
it's
all.
23 plus 5, so 28 damage total.
All right. Corvette drops.
Oh, and how high are you in the air?
I'm at least
Probably
level
at least
with.
you're at least 30 feet. I need you to roll 3d10 points of falling damage.
3d10, huh?
Yep,
Does he even need to roll if he's unconscious?
I would say yeah.
4, 6, 3. 13. Still
Okay,
does
so
not
that's-
exceed my max.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, at least he had to roll and not just take an automatic death throw.
Yeah. Okay. So you are on the ground and you are very unconscious. Okay, that brings us to the turn of Zhelaniye with Artyom on deck.
Jeez. Okay. Shouting. Run around to the side of it to once again get flanking. And I'm gonna roll 1 attack at a time just in case I kill it and I can move over to the other beasties.
Okay.
The first one's only a 13.
That'll miss.
The second one is a 16.
That'll miss.
Shoot.
17 is a hit.
Third one's a dirty 20.
That will hit.
All right, that's 8 points of slashing damage.
Tell me how you do it.
Oh, jeez. Yes.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
I apologize for
It's like the first 2 scrape off of like the ice all over it, just like shattering frost all over the place. The third one just goes right in, like all the way up to the hilt of the sword.
All
I
right.
just like put my foot up on it, push it over.
Okay.
on top of Corvette.
So as
No.
the dragon falls down onto the battlements, you notice something you hadn't noticed before. The dragon's eyes had been glowing purple. However, when you kill it, its eyes fade back into kind of this icy blue, And it lands on the ground. All right. That brings us to Artyom.
With my remaining movement, can I
yep.
just like come around to like provide flanking? Like I'll go right between the two things.
Okay. Sounds good.
I hope Corvette will be fine on the ground without anybody else.
All right.
I'll be fine.
Artyom, it is your turn.
I got a plan.
I'm gonna throw off my blindfold, say screw it, and transform into an angel
Okay.
with my action, and then I shall fly down to Corvette.
Okay. It's gonna provoke.
because-
You are provoking attack of opportunity from.
Yeah, whatever. Fight me, nerds.
From the beastie. That's gonna be a nat 20. That's 15 points of piercing damage.
Hi, boy!
Okay, so you
Alright.
fly next to Corvette.
Okay, I'm gonna, and since transforming into an angel is not a spell, I'm gonna use Healing Word. Well, 9!
All right,
Sweet.
you're back
That's
to
more
9
than I
hit
had.
points.
That's more than I had before the dragon attacked me that second time.
Gonna ignore the unconscious Drith up there.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Right next to you.
What's right next
I
to you?
didn't know Drith was unconscious. Sorry, Drith.
Yeah, he was down.
All right. Okay. Corvette, is your turn. Drith on deck.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Is he still an angel? Is he still
No,
an
I
angel?
wouldn't-
even
He's
though
not
he's
an
unconscious?
angel.
I'm not an angel, so I will. Where can I see, like, on top of the battlement from here? Like, what's kind of visible? Not even the enemies. I'm just saying,
I mean,
what parts of the battlement are visible to me?
the the battlement. You can see like the top of like Zhelaniye's head, maybe, but that's about it.
Artyom, you good to get back in there?
Yeah. I'll be fine.
Insight check on that. No. Okay.
In reality, Artyom was not fine.
All right. Since the two beasties will get attacks of opportunity if they leave, at least, I will use Thunder Step to get us to the top of the battlement, probably a little further away. Yeah, there. Yep. Just so that we're up top and available. And do I have any other bonus actions? Because that'd be. I don't think so. That will be my turn because I'm not getting close to them yet.
All right, Drith. I need a death saving throw.
All right. I rolled a 3, so I am a third closer to death. No.
Okay. So the beasts, one of the beasts is not letting up and will attack Drith. The one that was on, that knocked Drith down. So that is 2 failed death saving throws.
Sorry.
I mean, it's not, you can cut in words because Drith's unconscious,
Yeah,
it's an
never mind.
automatic hit.
Yeah.
So wouldn't matter. The next
Wait,
one.
so is he dead?
He's
No,
dead.
he's got one more.
No, because he failed one,
No.
right?
Well, hang on, never mind. I'll leave my rules as written out of this.
I mean, if rules as written it is, he would be dead. Rules as written.
Rules
thought
as
it was-
written, they do have to roll to attack. They get advantage because he's prone. If they hit,
Okay.
it is a critical hit, which is 2 death save fails. Just
Alright,
a
then
normal
I
hit
will-
is only 1.
Then I will roll to hit then to see.
So cutting words could come into effect.
So if you want to use cutting words, Mr. Harris.
Love to.
Well,
You go ahead and you take 1 off of that roll there, sir.
That one was enough to make it a miss. Okay. The other one is going to attack Zhelaniye. And get another nat 20 with its piercing attack.
Okay, that's fine. That's so fine.
Drith is alive.
12 points of piercing damage from that nat 20. It's gonna roll its next bite attack, and that bite attack will miss. All right, it is the turn of it is Kadiak with Piotr on deck.
Okay, good. I'm gonna step around. Actually, can I use a bonus action to scoot Drith out of the way and then switch places with them?
I'll let you do that for an action.
You can let me do it. I have a specific thing for this.
Okay. In that case, I'll just hit the one that I can hit, the beastie that I can reach, instead of hitting the one that's been attacking Drith. So, with advantage, because of flanking, here is the first attack. So that'll be 20 total to hit, and then the second attack is 17 to hit.
Okay, those will both hit.
Great. And they will take 30 total silver bludgeoning damage.
Okay. So you bring your maul up and over and on its head and crush it into smithereens. It kind of, when it squishes, it kind of lets out this purple blood. And with that, it's going to be Piotr's turn.
I'm going to cast Mass Healing Word. That's 8 HP.
Nice.
On who?
Everyone.
Everyone,
Okay.
yeah.
Everyone gains HP. Drith, you are back up.
Drith is
Oh my gosh, you so narrowly missed death. I'm gonna cry.
Zhelaniye, it's your turn.
Seriously? No. Okay. I have a new battle maneuver. Wait, no, one of them's dead, right?
Yep.
It's just the one? All right, then
Just-
I'm just going to scooch around so I can get flanking, and I'm just going to go for it. 18?
Okay.
Oh, is that a nat 20? No, that's the lower of the two. 21. And geez, that's a nat 1 and a nat 2, so that's 8 for the third one.
Okay, roll your d20 to resist the fumble from the nat 1.
I
Should
did have
advantage.
advantage. So
You have
it ended up being
advantage. That's right.
disadvantage.
Never
Yeah.
mind.
So
Cool.
the damage from those two is combined 13 slashing damage.
Okay. You dice it up into tiny little insectoid pieces.
they're squishy.
Okay. So the fight is so you're all sitting. Artyom, as you turn around to survey the rest of the battlements, you see standing there not a glowing winged figure, but a wood and metal and feather winged figure of Arkadi just kind of standing there and looking at you. You're...
Hail and well met. I am Artyom Alkaev.
You're who?
I am your older brother.
That's impossible.
Yet I'm right here.
I nudge Artyom and say, take it off.
You already did.
Oh,
I'm
you already
standing
did?
here. Glowing
Got it.
wings, radiant aura, and yellow eyes.
That's right.
You all had better come with me right now. That's an order.
I'm gonna.
You made your
I'm gonna
big
kind of like.
speech, and yet now you're ordering us around? I thought that if you found out the truth that you'd be fine with it. But I couldn't very well hide it from you when my friends were fighting your dragon.
I don't have a problem with you being dragonborn or dragon touched, or you even claiming to be my brother. That will need to be verified, but this changes a few things. And I need you to come with me so we can discuss and figure out what we're doing in the future.
I'm gonna step up kind of near Artyom to not fully be between the two of them, but just kind of like be between them adjacent.
Yeah. So he leads you back into the castle. The soldiers, it's actually kind of like the battle's actually kind of like dying down. You're kind of getting the picture that the battle on the battlements was more of a distraction versus that they probably had some other goal in the city than actually that they were accomplishing. You're taken back into the throne room. Well, everyone except Artyom has to sit outside the throne room and wait. And you can hear.
Not gonna let him go in there by himself.
And then there's gonna be guards who are gonna stop you. They're gonna say,
Arky?
If I can take one person with me, if I could please bring her.
I'm afraid that... Fine. You can bring one person, but I want that person to be Corvette.
You're messing with my life now. Wouldn't it be my choice?
I don't trust any of the rest of them. I trust Corvette.
Why not both of us?
Because you all hid this secret from us.
Because of this. Now
I
there's
don't
an
know.
Inquisition.
I don't know what you think this is, but I can promise you that this isn't as bad as you think it is going to be.
Then why not let us come in?
I'm gonna walk over and I'm just gonna give Anya a hug. And I'll just say, don't worry. And then I'll turn around and wave at Corvette and then we'll go.
So the two of you enter into the throne room where you see is Arkadi and the other three chosen of Zhelaniye. Arkadi kind of sits and he looks at you. My father told me a story once. When he was drunk, very drunk, I want you to understand something. My father loves my mother very much. But he told me a story about a young woman he met by the name of Anna. She told me that she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever laid eyes on. Not only that, she was very intelligent and charming. And he would sneak out of the palace at night to see her. It became apparent that they had fallen in love. My father intended to marry this woman. But my grandmother came to my father, informed her that the woman had died in childbirth. And that the child had perished with her. And so my father ended up eventually marrying my mother as his father had planned.
What was on his last name?
Sokolov.
My name that I have chosen is Artyom Sokolov. I am that child. My mother did not die in childbirth. She died when I was 6, almost 7. She was killed.
I'm very sorry to hear that. I always dreamed of having an older brother. And seeing your eyes, I can understand why my grandmother would want to have kept, or our grandmother would want to have kept this a secret. There's no chance. I mean, there's a very slim chance that the church would support me over you as a dragon touched. And who the church supports, the boyars, will be more inclined to vote for. However, you have not claimed your princely heritage. That is your choice.
To be honest, I only knew that I could claim princely heritage. I only found that out yesterday. So while I haven't ruled it out completely, it would take me more time to actually think if I want to or not.
I hope that I can help you make that decision. I am offering you a place with us here in the Chosen of Zhelaniye to come with us and help us fight the evil that is encroaching upon these lands.
In my head, I'm just gonna send a really quick, just like, violin. What do I do?
And just really quick, you're going to hear back. It's your choice. Do you want to learn more about your brother? This is your chance.
Alright. Might be the only way to keep you alive. Because I got a lot to tell you about what you're messing with.
I had the feeling that you all knew more than you were letting on. One of your other companions, I'd like him to come with us as well. The druid Drith. I saw his skills in battle, and I've been fascinated by the entire culture for quite a long time. I was hoping that he could help me learn more.
That's up to him.
I hope that he will accept, but I would like you to make the offer to him. If you come with us, your secret will be safe with us for now, obviously. Then I don't intend to tell whether you choose not to or not.
I don't want to wander around with a blindfold anymore. One of the most important people in my life told me that I should.
And then with me, you will not have to. You are free to be who you want. Whether that be a simple priest or Tsarovich.
Let's go ask Drith what he wants to do. But I think we should do it together. Drith just recently got brothers and sisters of his own.
Very well. That's what we can do. And with that, they all exit the throne room.
I'm pacing up and down in the hallway outside.
Kadiak would have been standing as close to the door as the guards would let him, just sitting there, just very stoic, trying to hear anything, but just, very close. Not aggravating at all, just very, very close.
So he walks out, and he looks at you all, Arkadi. I've made the offer for Artyom to come with the Chosen of Zhelaniye for a period of time. It's an offer he's chosen to accept. I'm extending the same offer to Drith of Antaran.
Me?
Yes, you. You are a foreign diplomat of a sort of the nation of Antaran. I would like to learn more about you and your people. And you see, Druidism is something that's not well understood in the Empire. And there are some hidden branches or small branches of Druidism, and I hope that you could help us understand. I'd like to maybe see Druidism become a bigger part of the Empire in the future.
Are you saying I can make my hometown, like, put it on the map, make it important, like, make it big?
If that's what you wish, yes.
I would be the most important person of all of Mithra.
If that's your hometown, then yes, you would be.
Drith, I could use your help in protecting these chosen and not letting them just become another sacrifice. And besides, you're my little brother. That means that you now have to compete with each other for who's the favorite.
Arkadi's gonna look at you. Wait, is he also...
No, he's not.
Oh.
He's not even really adopted.
Gaining one brother in one night was exciting enough. Gaining two would have been a whole other thing.
So I'm gonna turn and look at everyone and be like, well, I don't know what to say. I wasn't expecting this. I mean, I guess I should answer you, Mr. Boyar, sir.
Tsarovich Arkadi.
I can't pronounce that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been a dream of mine to put us on the map. Yeah, I'll go with you, and I get to stay with my first brother, but the guy I took to be my brother before I found out I had any. So yeah, I'll do it. Absolutely.
I appreciate that.
But I'm gonna miss everyone. I'm not sure we'll meet each other again, and I don't know who's gonna play flute for them while I'm gone. But do we have time to say goodbyes, or?
Of course. We will be here for a little bit longer before we have to face Podara before we head off on what else we need to do. Of course.
Okay. But yeah, I'll be going with you and Artyom then.
Excellent. I promise I'll take care of them. They'll be well protected in my hands.
Yes, I promise that I'll take care of you and your friends.
All right.
Kadiak will walk up to Artyom and give him a hand to shake, and I'll keep these safe. You keep those.
Give me your Kadiak.
And he will accept the hug and give one as well. And afterwards, he will go to Drith. And he'll go to Drith, offer Drith a hug as well, and then leave him with what he was carving from stone, and it is his own medallion. It has the symbol of Cordovan carved on one side, and then the symbol of the tree that he would wear with from his father. It would be able to embed it on the other side.
Drith attaches it to his necklace and gives Kadiak a big hug and says, "You know, you and I are as different as you can get, but you know, we always bonded over nature, and that'll never change."
When this is all over, I think we should go give your stepfather a visit. I have some words to say to him.
Yeah.
And now we can bring the prince with us.
Anyone else want to say anything?
I'm gonna go for it, Corvette.
Approaching Artyom first. Good luck. Keep your eyes open.
I saw you out there where you kind of lost your wings a little bit. I have accepted who I am to an extent. And
Definitely making progress.
As your friend, then I know you think that you need Eladin, but just give Bronislav another chance. I'm gonna extend my arms out to Corvid as well.
And like a hug?
Yeah.
Take care.
Come on. Come give your filthy commoner a hug.
Yeah, my lord. Uh-huh. That's how I'm supposed to address you now. And then go over to Drith. Say you. You lighten people's lives. Thank you for what you've given us. Can't wait to see you again, bro.
Yeah, you know it. And
Drith, Corvette just gives him a huge hug. Just wraps him up. Stay safe. And then addressing... And from his hand, Corvette slips off his signet ring and drops it in Drith's hands and says, "If you ever need anything, if you find yourself in the Southern Isles at all, show everyone that you'll be taken care of." And then I turn back to Artemis, tell him that I have something similar for you. It's not a ring, but back at with our stuff, I have some paperwork, some things that will provide you with anything you need if you ever are in the Southern Isles. Food, lodging, everything will be taken care of.
I'll take it. But at this point, I'm not sure I'm worried about that.
I know now that I slaved away on that. Thank you very much. So, I'll still give it to you. Whatever. You're just as important as the current prince, so, I mean, you'll get what you need. Either way.
I'm gonna turn to Piotr. I'm gonna walk up to him and place my hand on his shoulder and say, "I know you and I never really talked much about what you came to me about, but I think what I shared with all of you last night on the battlements means that you have a redemptive path in front of you, so don't let it eat you alive. You're a good man, Piotr. I'm certain that whatever happened for an important reason.
Means a lot. See you around, eh? Maybe one day we'll have that chat after all.
Monday. Big manly bro hug.
I'm gonna say goodbye to Drith, Piotr.
Yes, he is. Piotr walks up to Drith and takes out his lute. From one musician to another, I wanted you to have this.
You hate us?
I'm just tired of saving everyone's butt. I just want to get rid of the instrument that helps me do that in battle. No, just kidding.
So you hate us.
Yeah, but music for me has been something that helps me to channel the energy that flows through everything in this world. It's helped me take life and save it, emote joy and sadness. I'd like you to have this. And don't worry about the instrument. I've been working on my vocal skills, so I think the party will be just fine.
I don't even know what to say. I can't believe you're giving me your guitar. This is... Wow. You know, I can't help but feel like I'm gonna become a much better musician now that I actually have an instrument instead of hollowed out pieces of wood. Which I guess this is what this is, but this is actually made for music. You know, Piotr, you were the first one I really related to, and I always looked up to you as my artful mentor. And I'm gonna miss our jam sessions. And then Drith is just gonna give him a big old hug with, you know, the lute still in his hand, so I'm sure that's, you know, digging right into Piotr's back.
Zhelaniye's turn.
All right.
Oh, I'm gonna go to Drith first and give him a hug. I don't give hugs very much. So I hope you know that this means something.
I know it does. I know it does.
You're going to grow up a lot right now.
Yeah, I think so too. I hope so. I think you had to grow up way too fast. But I see the amazing person that you become, and I hope to become the smallest part like you. If I do that, I'll become the best Drith I can be.
I think you'll be a lot more than I am. I'm sorry, it's going to be hard. Growing up fast is not easy. So don't let it eat you alive. You are the beast. You eat other things alive. Huh?
Yeah.
You take care of
me.
that bird too.
Yeah, Alistair. He still loves that hat. And he's gonna miss you a lot. You always liked perching on your horns.
Yeah. It's a good thing he's a magical bird and he doesn't poop.
Yeah. 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 Magical birds are the best. Anyway, I'm gonna miss you a lot. So I'll see you around.
Yeah. Do good things.
Do.
Turn and look at Artyom. Glance around at the, like, bunch of people around. So you're just going to leave?
For now. I think it's the right thing to do, as hard as it will be. I have all of my doubts and my anxieties and my fears, but I don't. Someone has to make certain that these guys don't end up in another snack for Morpheus. You could, I wish you could come with me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Babysit your brother for you?
Yeah, that's what I'm for. No. I want you there for you to be there. Not for... I want you there for you. I don't... Well, for me, but you. Not your sword skills, not your sharp wit, not what you could do. Just you.
I'll admit I have trouble with you just walking away. So, I reach in my bag. I pull out the blindfold that he left that I picked up. And the two leftover rings, Svetla's old ring and Anya Kamemrov's ring. I'll loop them onto the blindfold, just like tie it. I want these back.
Well, I'll try not to use them to save people.
There's no diamonds on them, so
Well,
just don't put it back on.
I won't.
I will need your help.
I'll come back.
Trying really hard not to hate you right now.
Don't. Yeah. Hey, well, don't hate me. I'm not abandoning you.
It feels like it.
I know. And I imagine it'll take you some time to forgive me, but hopefully by the time I return, you will have forgiven me. And maybe we can stop dancing around each other and maybe just
What are you talking about?
be real friends, people, whatever. Actually, I don't know. Maybe break down the thick walls between us. Because let's be fair, you just hug the crap out of Drith, and you're looking like you can't decide whether you want to stab me in the face or not.
Do you need a hug?
I would love a hug.
Okay. I will give him a hug.
And with that,
Probably a long one.
it is.
Hang on.
Oh,
Not
sorry.
done.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh shoot. In Celestial, I was kind of whispering in his ear. You told me that we weren't very different. I hope that stays the same.
I would respond back in Celestial. It will.
Don't let him change you. Don't let this opportunity change you.
I can really only see one big advantage to this opportunity. And that I'm not a commoner anymore. And he's gonna kind of like lean back so that way he can look in her face. It means that I can help everyone and change lives and do everything that I've wanted to do. And when I come back, I hope that you'd be willing to help me with that. I guess we'll just keep helping each other.
All right. Good luck.
I'll see you again.
I'll step back.
Even if I have to kill another dragon to do it.
I killed the dragon. Don't forget that.
I'd kill a dragon. Then we'd be even.
It's not a competition.
But now you're smiling, and that was worth it.
All right. It is with that, we are sad to announce that Adam and Luke will be departing from Ready to Roll for at least the time being. There's just changes happening in their lives that make it impossible for them to currently be on the show. We're very grateful for the time we've had to spend with them and what they've helped contribute to the show. I just want to thank everyone for sticking with us through our technical difficulties tonight and stick it out because it was really important that we got to the end of this episode so that we could do this. And I want to thank my players for staying up way later than they had planned for doing this too. We're very sad to see them go. They've been a very, very important part of the show and this family, and we hope that we'll be able to see them and come back in the future. And that they'll continue to support us and be there with us. Maybe we'll see them in some one-shots, who knows? But, yeah, I was told myself I wasn't going to cry. But we're sad to see him go. But it's, we want to thank everyone who's been with us tonight, particularly those who stuck out through the technical difficulties to see this to the end. We love you all. You have, Ready to Roll is been a life-changing experience for at least me, and I know for several other people. So Ready to Roll's not over, obviously. We're still going to be back 2 weeks. Usual time, usual place. So just missing 2 members of our family that we're going to miss very dearly. Just one more reminder that we do have Eldritch Noir, so if you want to give one last farewell to Adam, Eldritch Noir is on Saturday, where he's also been a huge character there in the form of Jean. So come watch us in Eldritch Noir and give him a last hurrah. Thanks for coming out. Have a good night.